conference is being recorded.
Well, hello, it is 7/15/2013, and this is Monday Night Live, presented by Global Skywatch. Tonight is open mic night, so anybody who wants to talk or chat about what is going on, who wants to talk about what they've witnessed or what they've done to stop geoengineering or to put an end to this or to make changes in their own area, everyone is welcome to call in and talk. The microphone is yours tonight, so please use it. If you want to get the phone number, you can call globalskywatch.com/live. That's globalskywatch.com/live, or I can just give you the number. The phone number is 559-726-1300. Access code is 156230. The phone number is 559-726-1300. And the access code is 156230. There's a lot going on in the world. We're all witnessing the largest crime against humanity in human history. We're living in a time like no other ever. And we're all finding out who we are and how good we are at facing these big battles that we have before us. So we're learning an awful lot. I'm going to go through a couple agenda items real quick. I do want to encourage everybody to get an geoengineering.com bumper sticker. I have one on all 3 vehicles that are in the driveway. None of them are mine, but the vehicles all have bumper stickers on them, so wherever we go, anybody behind us gets exposed to that website, which is a great way to introduce new people to the subject of geoengineering. Also, we have a whole box full of geoengineering yard signs. We have thousands of flyers ready to be sent out, so if you need flyers for your event, please contact me at russ@globalskywatch.com, and I'll be happy to send them to you. All I do is need you to cover postage. Flyers are free, thanks to someone who donates them, which is wonderful. Basically, there's not too much to go over. The agenda still says Richard Sachs from last week, so apologize I didn't get to changing that, but otherwise, I do want to encourage everybody to please put a bumper sticker in your car, get a yard sign out front, and there are places where you can get shirts. We have links on globalskywatch.com where you can wear a shirt. If I had an geoengineering shirt, I would wear it everywhere I went. Be a walking billboard, which I would love to get that word out and to spark up conversations about this subject because it affects everybody, as you all know. But tonight's open mic night. It's going to be very casual and laid back. Got a handful of people on the calling console. We've got a growing number of people online. So this is up to you. We've had some success. We've got protests. We've had some success raising awareness about geoengineering over the last year. It's been going slowly, but it's been picking up. Our Facebook group now has grown to currently it has 9,474 members, and there's 161 people waiting to get in, which will put us over 9,600 members. In the next few days, we will cross 10,000 people in the group. That's good news in a way because there's a lot of people who are interested in the subject. It's bad news because we only have a handful of people who are actively involved in doing something about the largest crime against humanity in human history, and that's pretty discouraging. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start this night out by unmuting all the phone lines so we can all chat. If it gets out of hand, I'll mute it and do one person at a time. But I want us all to be able to talk, and I want us all to be able to share what's going on about this. This is all being recorded. It will be broadcast for a long time up on the Global Skywatch website in the archives. It will be heard by thousands of people eventually. And if it's really, really interesting, it may just go viral. And maybe our buddy John Masseria will make a video out of it and it'll go super viral. But that's up to you because all of this is up to everyone who's involved in this movement. All I do with providing this program is create a venue, just like the Facebook group. The Facebook group is a venue, and I've told people, I've said, this is not my group, it's your group. And this group is not here to serve you. A lot of times there have been people on there saying, where are the administrators? Why isn't this group run better? Or why this, that, and the other. That happens from time to time because we're attacked by shills. And of course, we're attacked by shills because we're doing a good job, I think, and we are raising awareness. And these military contractors and the government wants to protect their geoengineering program. They want to make sure depopulation is successful. They want to be sure that weather control is refined and there's plenty of catastrophes so that all the contractors get work. They're contractors. They make money coming and going. It's unbelievable, the corruption that we're seeing in the world today. Sometimes it's just overwhelming. I've become hardened to it because I've been in this for a long time, but it still is just astonishing to see. It's astonishing to see a huge population of people in the world, and the majority of them are saying, I don't want to know, or they're making excuses like there's nothing you can do, which is really just an excuse, because every time there's been major shifts in history, it's because an individual stood up and did something. So it just never ceases to amaze me how the responsibility for changing the world for good, for saving the world, is in the hands of less than 1% of the population, and everybody else doesn't do much. And the good news is that that 1% is either in the chat room with us tonight listening to the live stream, or they're on the phone lines. You are the 1% that is looking out for the other 99% of the public that is doing nothing or very little and doesn't want to know. And so history goes through these cycles where we have catastrophes because of the neglect of the majority, where they suffer. And then through the suffering, they become wise and prudent and realize all these principles that people in the past have taught them are true. And then they get real prudent and things go well for a while. And then they forget. And then we fall back into this cycle where we are right now, where you have the vast majority of the public just doesn't want to know. Now, again, people are waking up, and that's good. And our group is in a few days ready to cross 10,000 members. That's the good news. But the bad news is that we need 1 million members. You can somebody posted the other day on Facebook pages that they posted some funny clip from The Simpsons or some animated TV show, and they got tons of responses. Then they posted something about geoengineering or some other subject, and nobody responded among all their friends. And that's the problem we have today. We can blame governments, but governments have always been corrupt, because corrupt people, sociopathic people are power hungry, are always attracted to high positions in governments. That's the way it's always been. It has always been. So that's just ordained to be that way. But the real problem is when the public forgets to safeguard their freedoms because they're too self-involved, or they expect someone else to serve them. And that's not the world we live in. That's not the way it's designed. We have to work together. The forefathers of the United States said many good things. Yes, I realize many were Masons. Of course, what a lot of people don't realize is some of them renounced their Masonry later in life. Nevertheless, the principles that they taught, whether they were sincere or not in their Masonry, were true. The truths about liberty that they taught, about human nature, and about what was going to happen if we don't stand up together and watch out for corrupt governments that will, as quickly as possible, as soon as they gain enough power, oppress the rest of the people. And it will lead to such an oppression that one day they will use their assets, your tax money, or money they print out of thin air, to spray people with known poisons, or to inject them, or to promote CFL light bulbs, or fracking, or smart meters, all of these harmful things for which there are safe alternatives for all of them, or no need for them, like geoengineering, based completely on a false premise. Yet, The public does nothing. They are dancing, they are singing, they are playing, while us, the 1% who sits here on a Monday night, listens to this conference, watching the world crumble down, watching people get sick and die, knowing where it's all being caused, what the cause is, what the root causes are, how they could be changed and stopped, feeling great frustration because we have an answer that the public doesn't want to know. And that's why I look out at the world and I am so utterly frustrated at the apathy, at the attitude of entitlement, or the attitude of I should be served, my government's here to take care of me. And they never learned in high school, because high schools don't teach anymore, what the Constitution says, which was based on some very, very important fundamental premise. And that is that your government isn't here to serve you. Your government here is here to carry out 17 basic functions, services for you. They serve you in that sense. They carry out basic functions. The rest is up to the public. The rest is up to the public. And those who have gone to school in the last 20 years, I've asked many of them, did you ever read the Constitution? The Constitution of the United States? And they say, nope, never read it. So you're in school for 12 years. You don't know what the forefathers taught. You have no idea what the principles of the founding of this country is that rose to power more quickly than any other nation in history. Why did that happen? How did it happen? They don't know. Haven't read the founding document, which you can sit down and read in a few minutes or an hour, less than an hour. Don't know what the basic principles. 12 years in school and no clue, no idea. And this is the frustration I've run into. And where does all of this ignorance lead? A lot of it's willful ignorance, I know. Most of it's willful ignorance, because the information is available today more than it's ever been before. It leads to geoengineering. It leads to vaccines that are loaded with known toxins. It leads to a government that tries to take away your herbs and alternative supplements, your freedom to pick what you put in your body, your inability to know what's in your food. It's all oppression. This is what it leads to. You let government go, you don't keep their feet to the fire, and you end up paying the dearest price. And that's the way the world works. That's the way it's always worked. And the public has had every opportunity to learn this, but they don't want to know. I want to hear what you have to say. It's tough watching geoengineering. It's tough for me smelling it and tasting it 24 hours a day. I had some guy message me on Facebook today and try to tell me that it doesn't exist. It's a myth. I smell it and taste it. I measured how long it takes for the particles that I smell and taste to fall from the jets. It doesn't take as long as you think when they're at low altitudes. When they're at higher altitudes, it takes quite a bit longer. But I've been contacted by dozens of people now who smell it and taste it. Spoke to one today on the phone, in fact. These are your senses, and your government would want you to deny your senses and say, well, it's your imagination. Hal Huggins wrote a book about amalgam fillings when a small percentage of the population knew how poisonous they were because they contain mercury. And he wrote a book, Hal Huggins did, that's called It's All in Your Head, because that's what the government and that's what the medical doctors were taught to tell members of the public when they came in with diseases and the doctor didn't know how to diagnose it or where it came from. They would say, well, it's psychological. It's all in your head. Now we know that's not true. Of course, I've known that for a long time because I had mercury poisoning. It's not all in your head. When I smell and taste chemtrails, guess what? It's not all in my head. I know someone who worked in psychology, and guess what they were taught? This is absolutely astonishing. This should blow your mind. People who have episodes, panic attacks, attacks of depression, bipolar disorder, hyperactivity, all of these things and many more were preceded by, and have been for a long time now, by the patients tasting metal in the air with their tongue when they breathe in. And you know what they've been told? When your adrenaline surges, it can cause a metallic taste in your mouth. I'm not making this up. This is what they're being taught in school. Yet I know, because I can taste and smell chemtrails, that when those chemtrails get heavy in the air, within minutes, depending on the type of chemtrail, the adults all start getting irritable, grumpy, unfocused. Children start to fight, cry, whine, argue with each other. And when the air clears, a few minutes later, everybody starts to become friends again. Everything starts going smoothly again. Since 2005, I've witnessed this kind of behavior change in adults and children. I've even got it down to the point where when I know it is a particular type of chemtrail, because there are at least 8 types now that I've identified based on their taste and smell. They're all unique. They have all of their own symptoms, although they do overlap symptoms significantly. Certain chemtrails affect people in one way, the public and children, and some of them make them hyper and aggravated, while other ones make them sedated and tired. You don't know how many times that I've sat there in a particular chemtrail type, like for instance, the acetone type, a plume will come down on us in the air, and I will taste it and smell it. It only takes a couple minutes to get to full intensity. And within minutes after that, the children are fighting, one of the children are crying, the adults are zoning out, looping, not communicating right, sitting down, leaning back, getting aches and pains. But they don't smell it and taste it, so they don't know where it's coming from. Or another chemtrail type will hit us, and a few minutes later, every adult in the room has yawned, and the children have sat down in front of the TV and become glazed over in their faces, because that particular chemtrail type sedates everyone. 7 years, 8 years, I've watched this over and over and over again since I've learned about this subject and how profoundly it affects everyone. I want to hear what you have to say about all this. It's open mic time. Everything you say will be broadcast over our live stream and recorded so everybody can hear. So whatever you got to say, a lot of people will hear. This is a difficult subject for me. I've been in it for a long time now. But it's difficult because it's ruined my quality of life, and I've talked to countless people who have had the same fate. And I have had friends and family who just don't believe it. And it doesn't matter that I say that I taste and smell it, because it's too scary. When you try to tell somebody that this is really happening, you try to tell your friends and family, or even people online, that you smell it and taste it. People feel these days that they have the right to just disregard witnesses. I am a witness. I have a sensitive sense of taste and smell, as do hundreds of others that have had contact with me in different nations all around the world. They smell it, they taste it, they know this is dead real. They see the reactions people have. And these are the watchmen on the wall who are concerned enough, who care enough to stand up in the face of ridicule, which is not so much ridicule anymore because the public is now beginning to shake in their boots. They're not talking yet, in large, but they're shaking in their boots, some of them, because they're seeing that all these conspiracy theorists are turning out to really know what they're talking about. But all these witnesses are the watchmen on the wall who are telling the public, I smell it, I taste it, I've never tasted or smelled anything like this, and it always correlates with a visible spraying and with symptoms, health symptoms. Not to mention how many people I know who have gotten sick and died, cancer, aneurysms, strokes, heart attacks, etc. And I wonder within myself, Heath Ledger, for instance, the actor who did the Batman movie, he died. It was a shock in the middle of the shooting of the movie because he took a sedative. Yet, I would occasionally take a sleeping pill myself in the early days of chemtrails, and it would slow my heart down and cause me heart problems so bad that I thought I was going to die. Of course, I didn't do that more than a couple times. I caught on real quick because I could smell and taste the chemtrails, that if there's a strong concentration of this chemical in the air and I take a sleeping pill, of course the only reason I took a sleeping pill to begin with is because I couldn't sleep because of the chemtrails, then I would have heart problems. And is this what is happening with some of the actors? I'm going to turn on the Q&A queue so you can press *6 on your phone.
Q&A session started.
And if you want to call in, get the number, globalskywatch.com/live. We're talking about just about anything you want to talk about tonight. I want to hear from you and hear what you have to say about all this. We're experiencing the largest crime against humanity in human history. When this is all over, the next generation, or the generation after that, depending on how long this is going to take, I don't think it'll take that long because I think it's going to get worse very quickly. Not being a pessimist, I'm just looking at the signs. The next generation is going to look back on this generation and say, what was wrong with you? We are the 1% here. I don't mean that in the bad way of 1%, but we are the good 1% that are sounding the alarm for the other 99% that are not doing anything. You who are listening on this call, those of you who are listening on the live stream, you are the ones who are being courageous enough to tell everyone that there's something very dangerous happening in the world today that needs to be stopped. Corruption has reached a new level, and you're brave enough to speak out when the 99% are too afraid to even listen. And for that, I'm grateful. Welcome, caller. What's on your mind tonight?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, I'm Kathy Ornstein here from Los Angeles. I belong to LosAngelesSkywatch.org. And I decided that when I came into this issue of chemtrails, I also had breathing difficulties. I was one night, early morning, walking on Venice Beach about 4 a.m. in the morning, and I felt like I couldn't get enough air, oxygen into my body to breathe. And I realized that this is a problem that we're all facing, and not one way or another. And I came to my nutritionist and I asked him, and he said we have the right to breathe healthy air. And I've taken it upon myself for now 6 years belonging to this group, and before LosAngelesSkywatchGroup.org, to go out and protest, whether it was in front of the federal building. And now twice a month I'm going to be down at Farmers Market on 3rd and Fairfax. I'm going to be out July 26th, and there's a sign that said, meet me at 3rd and Fairfax from 4 to 6 p.m. And July 31st, I'll be there again on the same corner with my sign. And Michael Murphy, by the way, has put this on the Los Angeles Chemtrails Meetup.com. Hello?
Yep, you're still on.
Oh, yes, okay. Well, we have already me and another two people. Michael Murphy said he will come out and be there, as well as another person from the meetup.com. And we have about now 53 people signed in for the Global Chemtrails Geoengineering March scheduled for Sunday, August 25th. We'll be there at 11 to 1. And hold on a minute, 1 second. I have somebody calling.
Uh-oh. All right, Kathy's got somebody calling. Hate when that happens when you're live on the air. It does happen. Go to globalskywatch.com/live. Look up the phone number. Or I'll give it to you right now. 559.
Sorry, I had another call. Hello?
Yep, you're on. Go ahead.
Hello?
You're still here.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, we're having our Global Skywatch meetup at Palisades Park from 11 to 1, or possibly, I don't know, Mike Murphy put down till 2 p.m., Barry from the skywatch.org. And I hope we can get every country, nation in the United States to join in. I let a person know from New Hampshire and Vermont Country Store. So anybody that's in the main district, please let Vermont know we need them. We need New Hampshire. We need the Midwest. I left a message with the Missouri Skywatch group that we need to have them join in on that day. Whatever you're doing, spread the word about Sunday, August 25th. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope that you have a lot of people show up.
Well, I know the guy that Bob Levy, who was the directing of the Los Angeles Skywatch.org, we meet third Saturday of every month at the Underfin Cafe. And he is hoping we're going to reach 1,000, but I don't know. I'm telling it, and plus I'm having a sign posted on my back window. This guy who does printing and laminated about the Global March and the Los Angeles Skywatch.org on their website. So when I go around, plus I have my car topper on. You can see it on Los Angeles Chemtrails Meetup.com. I have a car topper. And I have it when at night I can light it, put it into my cigarette lighter, and it lights up.
Wow.
And I have advertised Mike Murphy's with magnetic stickers, and look up in the sky with blown up stickers on my sides of my car.
Nice. Very nice. Nice job.
Advertising in every which way, and so I'm hoping that people will get the message as soon as we can in Los Angeles here. So I know Maine is listed for the Global Skywatch. I don't know other countries are listening. I know England is. If any other part of the states that are not on yet, please join them to be part of this great march.
Yes. Yes. Please join in on the march.
It's
Absolutely.
our first attempt with countries other than just a few of us out there. So this is going to be something big.
That's awesome.
And we're going to send a message to the world globalists that we're out there and we know what's going on. So open your eyes and ears. And let's do each of our part to hold a sign on it that day if you can.
Yeah, they're going to have a big surprise when the majority of people really wake up and realize that all their illnesses have been given to them artificially. That's going to be a big thing to handle for the globalists who have been doing this to the people.
Of course, I just talked to a cousin of mine in Eugene, Oregon. I told him because Portland is joining in, Portland, Oregon. And yesterday I just noticed we had New Jersey join in. We have New York. You could go on the website and see it, all the different states and countries, and Canada's part of it. And we just need South America, New Mexico, and the Asian countries.
Yes.
Of course, Russia and part of those parts of Europe. But we have a good majority of a lot of European countries are in.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I hear from I hear from the European countries.
To hold our signs up already.
Well, I'm glad for what you're doing. I really hope we.
Huh?
I'm glad for what you're doing. I hope we get that word out there. I'll tell you, I hope people wake up soon.
Yeah, well, we're doing our part, doing much as we can, and our meetings hopefully grow, and wherever I go, they know I'm damn ready.
Well, good. Yeah, with your car looks like a big Christmas tree, I guess, huh?
I'm sure, yes, right. You'll see it on Los Angeles ChemtrailsMeetup.com. It's the car topper in the far left corner.
LosAngelesMeetup.com?
Los Angeles Chemtrails. Los Angeles ChemtrailsMeetup.com.
LosAngelesChemtrailsMeetup.com. Perfect. You've got all the dates and everything on there as well.
That's run by Michael Murphy.
Okay. Very
I
good.
used to be the organizer, but he took over and he has his films, and so when he shows up, I'll let you know on July 26th after how our meetup went.
Please do. That would be great. I know Los Angeles is getting pounded with chemtrails.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got a friend from Australia that I've spoken to quite a bit.
Oh, yes, Australia's in on it, too, on the global march, and New Zealand, every city in Australia.
Yeah, Australia has a tremendous large organization where they have something like 40 cities or something where they have, I haven't counted the exact number, but my guess is about 40 cities where they have some kind of demonstration going on every month. It's just they've got it going on over there.
That's right. So you can click on the events listing and the countries and states will show up.
So it's LosAngelesChemtrailMeetup.com, right?
Right, that's for the meetup, but the global chemtrails geoengineering March Sunday, August 25th will show up, and you have to click on something to get the events listing. You want to see the events that are how many countries and states are coming in on it.
Right.
Because this is, copied a little after GMO protests that went on here and everywhere. So we want to make it, as big as it is, but we're still the turtle of the chemtrail movement.
Right.
We're at the race. But the turtle wins in the race anyway. You'll get there slow but sure.
That's right. That's right. Well, awesome. Anything else you want to say, Kathy?
No, that's it. I talk a mile a minute. Just so many things.
Well, you definitely get it done, I'll tell you. So thank you for all your work.
Well, thank you, Russ, for letting me speak on this. And I do want to report on when Mike Murphy does show up, and I hope he does, to our meet up at the 3rd and Fairfax at Farmers Market Grove area.
Well, make sure you get some video. Have people bring their cameras and capture some video of your event so we can get it online.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe if Michael Murphy comes, I'm sure maybe he'll do something of that sort. He has a big banner, and it's going to be, hopefully, when he comes, it's going to make some, eye-opening.
Well, absolutely. But seeing those videos really encourages other people to get involved because it's fun. You have a good time. You're empowered because you're out there waking people up in mass. You're not just sitting on Facebook or something talking to people you already know. You're out there waking up
Funny
new
video.
people.
I don't know if you want to hear it. I have a YouTube I made in 2008 called, go to the website, Raw Kathy Raw, one word, RAWKATHY, Raw. Raw Kathy Raw, and I protested walking on Venice Beach.
Really?
And singing the chemtrail song as well, so the blue skies to the tune of chemtrails up in the sky.
Really? So there's a video on there of that?
Yes, I did it 2008 on Venice Beach.
So it's Raw Kathy Raw, huh?
Yes, one word, no spacing.
I'm trying to go there. I'm not getting there. Is .com or what?
Just say Raw Kathy Raw. You just put it in like KATHY, not the C. See me? I put it in Google. I'll see if it's. Let me see. It's RAW. Let me get this right. RAW Kathy KATHY Raw, and then click it on, and there's the YouTube. With a small K, BK, but it's K, not a C.
Yeah, I'm trying that. Unfortunately, see, different people get different results on YouTube. On
Google, just go to Google.
The people get different results on Google based on their. Well, let me try it again because I'd like to see this. In fact, I could show it right now. Yeah, I'm getting
Kathy Raw.
Kathy's raw foods, Kathy's salads.
No, Raw Kathy Raw is the first time on the line. I should find
Yeah.
a way how to send this.
Well, yeah, if you have a link, just email it to me because the first thing that's coming up for me when I type in raw Kathy raw. Actually, let me try this a different way here. Ah, maybe that might be it.
YouTube.
There you are on Venice Beach, right?
That's me.
There you are.
I did 2 parts to that. Yeah, Venice 1 and Venice 2.
Okay, wow. Okay, I see you too. See you talking to people here. Let me see if I can. Let me go to part 1 here. There you are. Let me see if I can show that on the stream.
Yeah.
Oh my, you're so much Russell, yeah.
Yeah. There you are. You're on the stream now.
The camera can't hear you like this.
Oh, it can't. So
This thing is so stupid. Put it down like as a symbol on there.
Oh, okay. I can't do it like this either. Sir, would you like to read it? Yeah. Chemtrails is what our military forces of all the NATO nations are involved in the spraying of our globally of chemtrails, which is a global matter, which is they're going to have a global warming tax, which they are going to cause. They're the ones that cause it. They're finding a solution, whether it's a Republican in office, whether it's a Democrat. They're all bought and paid off by the same corporate. Our country has been sold. Our United States is no longer the United States of America. It's the United States of corporate America. These individuals have been coming in office and they've been charging it with the bailouts. These bailouts are stimulus packages, which are going and partly to our way to create havoc in our skies. Anybody that you'll need to learn and look up in our skies, because what they're doing, they're spraying a heavy-duty chemical when breathed in. It affects our lungs, our respiratory tract.
Okay, try to talk to people now.
Okay. Should I take off this mask?
Just leave it there.
It's bothering my neck.
Okay, then take it off.
Okay, you can turn it off by now.
Well, that's great, Kathy. I've still got it running, just turning the volume down. But you're out there right on Venice Beach, right on that strip there where we've seen that in movies where there's people walking up and down. You've got your sign on, and you are. All you need is a bullhorn now. Geez.
Yeah, right. They said my voice carries like a bullhorn. The police wouldn't catch me and put me, I don't know, to jail. Who knows today what they will do with the bullhorn.
Well, guess what's in the background there? I see all kinds of chemtrail fallout back there in the background of the video.
That's right. That's right.
Look at that mess.
It's a perfect site. I was out on a perfect day for a chemtrail day.
Wow. Well, thank you. I'm so glad you're out there doing that. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Thank you, Ross.
Well, good luck with your events. I will be, if I haven't already, I will post them. I think you emailed them to me, so I'm going to post them on our calendar, and I will be pushing those. Oh, there the guys showing the Look at that, showing the shot in the sky. You can see all of the plumes up in the sky. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Couldn't have a better day.
Sick that day.
Yeah.
I could barely breathe.
Yeah. Boy, I know what that's like. Nice poster you've got that's hanging around your neck, though. That's pretty.
Oh, yeah, that's my sandwich board sign. I go around with that, and I put my flyers in. And it's very handy. I got it made at Signorama.
Oh, that's a great idea. That's very cool.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Well, thank you, Kathy. I've got a couple callers.
Go ahead, please do. I just wanted to say what I have to. Thank you, Russ, and everybody, and happy days ahead.
Happy days ahead to you. Clean air ahead. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. Have a good night. Welcome, caller. How can we? What's on your mind tonight? Hello.
Hello.
Hey. Yep. Can you hear? Okay.
I'm calling from Portland, Maine.
Hi, Portland, Maine. What's your first name?
Rob.
Rob. How's it going, Rob?
All right, man. I showed a film on this week's show called "It Can't Happen Here," and it's a really good overview of the obstacles to tyranny and or the perceived obstacles to tyranny, whatnot. Just a good bunch of overview of why people, the size of it, the chemtrails are really have a lot to do with the reason why people aren't paying attention, I think, along with the fluoride, just every delivery method that's out there that's being used, stuff injected into the food supply. It's really dumbing people down, I think, to the point where it's contributing to this apathy. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's part of the point. The thing that astonishes me, Rob, is that it would be very, very easy for us to correct all these problems. There doesn't need to be all of these health problems. There doesn't need to be poisons in vaccines or vaccines that don't work. That's a whole nother discussion. There doesn't need to be toxins and fillings. There doesn't need to be oil extraction methods or coal extraction methods that destroy the earth. I mean, there's solution for virtually every problem we have, and the government keeps claiming, oh, well, it's bureaucracy. We can't solve this. This excuse, that excuse. And they just keep.
Well, when I'm watching the evening news, which I watch the world news to see what they're saying, and although maybe I shouldn't because it infuriates me so much, how they have these, a walk, a run, 1,000K run for breast cancer when, hey, maybe if you look into the milk supply or the vaccine, they called up one day, I saw a commercial on TV for an autism outreach center. So I called up and they said, hey, if you're really concerned about this, maybe we could get together and discuss some of what may be some of the root cause of autism, namely the vaccine and these chemtrails are contributing to neurological maladies as well. And, no, they'd rather just hold their hand after they've been affected rather than seriously look at it. I don't know, Rob. My show is called News and Blues, and it's on CTN5 in Portland, and basically one of the other.
Oh, you're that Rob. I know who you are. Okay, I didn't realize it was you.
Yeah, I almost hung up there. I was getting a little long-winded, but I admire that though. At least she's getting out there on the sidewalk.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, she's out there. Yeah, she's out there waking people up.
I was, I'm used to listening to Alex Jones, but anymore, he just annoys the piss out of me, especially in light of the fact that, well, he's never really addressed the question of having that stratfor agent on his program, but there seems to be quite a dearth of good alternative media anymore. I mean, it's just like what you said earlier about the political system just attracts, by its nature, attracts sociopaths.
Yep. Yep.
It's inherently flawed and always will be flawed. But I just wanted to, get a plug in. Every show, I have an hour-long show. I do one new show every week, and it's every 2 weeks, and it's on CTN5. It's on the Time Warner Cable Network where they have public access. And I do at least a 10-minute show about chemtrails. But I cover everything else as well, all the other things. There are vaccines. There's a lady in Florida who's got some excellent cards about vaccines. She's got all of the squalene, all the things that are in vaccines written on the card. And she had a child that died from a vaccine, and now she's a full-time activist. And, I don't know what to do. That lady kept talking about Michael Murphy and whatever. I've been doing this for 12 years, but I just don't seem to be getting anywhere. I get like 2 or 3 emails a week if I'm lucky, and it just seems like, wow, a lot of people are seeing the show, and they send me an occasional email saying, hey, carry on, man, good work. But nothing seems to be changing, man. People aren't waking up. I'm not getting any support.
Yeah. This is the same problem. In fact, right before this call, I had a long talk. Well, not that long. We talked with my business partner about all this. It's like, what, you've been at this for almost a year, and how many signs do you have out there? How many geoengineering signs? Getting a really bad echo.
Yeah, I'm getting some trouble from your signal just now. But
okay.
Go on.
Well, what do we have? 30 signs out there, 120 bumper stickers. I've been pushing these things. I mean, and it's not about how much we get out there, but I think that how many signs and bumper stickers we got there is an indicator of how many people are involved. And I'm just sorely disappointed. And I think you're right. I mean, part of the reason for chemtrails is it's making people tired, lethargic, apathetic. This is part of the reason. And this is why I believe that the powers that be are very close to making big moves, because this is one of the...
I was going to mention, now that you mentioned that, I was going to mention that yesterday. For the first time in a long time, I saw like actual troop movements around here. So some Humvees driving down the road.
Yeah.
Is that what you were referring to?
Well, no, I haven't. I've seen reports of that going on online, but what I'm talking about is that the powers that be are going to make some big power moves before long, because by making everybody comatose with chemtrails, they are going to do things that are so corrupt, and they already are by doing geoengineering. But the other things they're doing that the public, I don't think, could quite stand for it if they weren't in a drugged down state. But I agree with you. I mean, the response that we're getting from the general public, although it's improving, although there's getting more and more of a positive response from the protests, we are way, way below the numbers of people that we need to make a difference.
Yeah, I did put out a feeler for, well, not every show, but a lot of shows. And on your show, I put out a feeler when I talked to you the last time on the show for some people to get in touch with me to put together a demonstration here in Portland, and I didn't hear from anyone. And so I'm just carrying on doing my show. I mean, I can do that by myself. So, and the TV is still a very pervasive medium, as opposed to the web. On the web, you don't see something unless you're looking for it. People channel surf and they come across it. I actually got one kind of a nasty grant from one lady for criticizing the Pope and the Catholic Church. And so, but anyway, news and blues. Try to catch it on your. See if we can go to pegmedia.org. Peg Media. That's PEG for public, educational, and governmental. That's another word for cable access. Pegmedia.org, and all the public access programs are on there. There's a lot more than there was 5 years ago. There's a lot more meaningful programming on there today than there was a few years back. But try to catch the show.
All right, news with blues.
News and blues.
News and blues on PEG, P-E-G, like Paul, Edward, George.
Well, that's where you would go to download the show if you're a station
Peg Media. Okay, but where can they find it again if they want to watch?
You can see it on your cable public access channels, depending on where you live.
Okay.
So, but CTN5.org, Community Television Network, Channel 5 and Channel 2 in Portland. It's the biggest station that carries it around here. And I know I'm reaching a lot of people on chemtrails, but like, for instance, people like my daughter, she's like caught on to the fact. She's now totally believes it and acknowledges it. But it's like the attitude is when somebody wakes up to something, it's like, oh well, we can't do anything about it anyway. So I wish we could get past that.
Yeah, we've got to get every problem we've ever had that's been solved, we've done something about. And that really is just an excuse when people saying, I don't want to get involved. It makes them feel better to say, well, there's nothing we can do, so I don't have to do anything. And I'm not trying to be rude or harsh by saying that, but, I know enough about human nature to understand that we make a lot of excuses in our lives. And I'm not saying everybody's capable of doing something, of getting out and protesting, and that's fine. I mean, I'm hardly able to protest because when they spray, I can hardly walk. But
yeah,
we can all do something, and this is affecting everybody. And if we don't turn this around in the next year or two, you're not going to have food on your table.
well, you're breaking up, so I'm going to let you go. But you're doing a lot of good work, so keep it up.
Well, thank you. Thanks for your show. You keep it up, too, and hopefully we'll be in touch again soon.
All right, buddy. We'll get you on the show one of these days.
Hey, you name it. I'd love to be there.
All right. See you later.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. All right. I'll get our next caller on here in a minute, in just a sec anyway. But, that's the problem we have, is that we are used to paying other people to take care of our problems. And I'm not talking to the choir here, because the group of people who listen here, who are aware and awake, you're the ones who are actually doing something. But, we've got to get the public to stop making these excuses like there's nothing they can do, which is ridiculous. That is nothing. When people say that, it's just, I know, and of course I'm not so rude to say this to people's faces, because it wouldn't do anything but start an argument or insult people, which I don't want to do. But I know very well that when people say there's nothing you can do, it's really just an excuse saying, I don't want to be involved. I don't want that responsibility. So I'm going to make myself feel better by claiming helplessness. Those are the two things that people say. There's nothing you can do, or I don't know. And we know from the time we're very small, when we're young children, we learn those excuses very well. How many times have you said, when your parents said, did you do this? Say, nope, I didn't know anything about it. I mean, soon after we learn to talk, we're already making the excuse that we didn't know. We know that gets us out of responsibility. And most adults go into adulthood using that excuse still. And again, I know we're busy, I know it's hard, and I'm not not trying to come down on everybody everywhere in the public, but we can all do something. But to pretend this isn't existing, to shield yourself from knowledge. This is one of the things that so many people do, is they remain what's called willfully ignorant. Is they remain ignorant by their own will. They avoid the information. Why? Because the information makes you feel uncomfortable, and people are so entitled. They want to feel comfortable. They feel like being comfortable is a right that they have. Yeah, Kim. Yes, I just got a message from you. I will conference you in. Let me we got another caller waiting in the queue, and then I'll conference you in. So just sit tight for a second, and I will Skype you in just a moment. In fact, I'll type that in. Whoops, didn't take it. Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and bring you in here.
Hello.
Hi there. Okay, let me take this caller and then I'll bring you in. Okay, Kim?
All right.
All right. You know, I'm taking a whole different attitude in this show than I've had in the past as I'm speaking more directly from the heart. You might be able to tell that because I am so tired of being sprayed and the health consequences, and I'm so tired of the public. I've spoken to 3 people at the Bureau of Air Quality in the state of Maine, and they don't care. They made ridiculous excuses. I mean, that's air traffic, was essentially what one person. This is the head of the Bureau of Air Quality who has degrees in environmental science. Okay, if you look up in the sky and you think those are contrails, you have either been mistaught in school or you're making excuses. Jet engines do not create condensation trails except in conditions so rare that most people will never see a true contrail. If you saw something coming out of a jet in the 90s, it was one of 2 things probably. First of all, it was an early test of chemical aerosol, or it was a BAC, a British Airlines 111 using water injection. Could have been that, but not likely, but it's possible. Very little chance you actually saw condensation. This lie, this is what they're teaching children right now. In fact, let me bring this up on the, let me bring up that a picture that I want to show you all on the live chat here. I'm going to show you what they're teaching your children. In school, they're teaching children, of course, they're teaching airline pilots that these are all contrails. Now, you got to remember that if you teach somebody something in school, most of the time they're going to hang on to that for dear life. They paid for that information, they paid for that education, and they're going to have a real hard time letting that information go. All right? And this is why you have amalgam fillings, because dentists were taught they were fine. And so we might think, because we're intelligent thinking people, that, oh no, dentists would never buy into that. We all know how volatile mercury is. We all know how poisonous it is, right? Well, then why did dentists, and to this very day, 50%, 48% of dentists roughly still use amalgam fillings, mercury in fillings in the United States. It's been banned in some European countries. Banned because it's too dangerous. It's very dangerous. Mercury comes off the fillings, causes over 200 of the most common diseases today, according to Dr. Hal Huggins, and I totally agree with you that he's absolutely correct. In my research, it's the set of diseases that we have in the world today is because mercury is the main contaminant that we all suffer with. And I don't have any problem saying this. It's a very bold statement, because one day somebody's going to look back and go, oh my God, somebody knew this years ago. And there are people who've known this 20 years before me. I'm not saying every disease is based in mercury, but most of them are. Most of these diseases we have today can be traced back to mercury. And there are secondary causes. People say, well, maybe a selenium deficiency. Well, what causes selenium deficiency? Mercury. Mercury binds to it, pulls it out of the body, and your body can't use it. Maybe it's a zinc deficiency. Guess what? Mercury binds to zinc. That's why zinc is used in mercury remediation. When you mix aluminum and mercury together, it becomes 100 times more toxic. There was a test done with laboratory animals. They injected these laboratory animals with mercury, a certain amount of mercury, and 10% died. They injected them with a certain amount of aluminum, 10% died. They injected them with the same amount of a mixture of mercury and aluminum, everyone died. Every single one. Because the synergistic effect of those two metals together is very toxic. So why are they doing that in vaccines? And this is part of what I meant when I said earlier there's no reason these things should be happening. We know this. This is medical science. This is not my speculation. These are studies. These are medical studies. We know this. Yet why does it continue? There's only one explanation for why it continues. Because it's intentional. It's profitable. Hey, caller, you're on the air.
Hi, Russ. It's Mark. How are you?
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
Well, I've been a dentist since 1975, and I wasn't going to address this, but since you brought it up, when you're 20, 24, or 22 years old, you're in a doctoral program, you work your butt off, you get accepted. You pretty much spoon-feed you a lot of information, and you pretty much believe everything you're taught. Because you really haven't been out in the world, and most of us at that time hadn't studied holistic medicine and so forth. You know, I'm at the University of California being taught by some of the top MD and DDS researchers in the nation. So it was, but nevertheless, about 20 years, it's been 20 years since I've used any mercury in my own practice. I went to strictly all non-mercury fillings. And so that's one of the reasons it gets used. But I do, right now, I work with, I work in the Navajo Nation, and we have a resident program for first-year first-year dentists. And we also have third and fourth-year Tufts out of Boston University dental students come in. And, you know, like I said, I've been doing this for 35 plus years, but I get exposed to all these new dentists. And so I keep asking, are they still teaching amalgam? And they keep saying yes. So that's been a little disheartening. I keep waiting for one of them to one day say, no, we were taught that this was kind of an archaic technique and we're strictly using composites now. So, but they are still using the mercury, and for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's just there are no words for this. I mean, there, and I get it. I understand you're young, you're taught something in school, and you accept it because you trust that, you know, whoever's done all their research. You don't know about the corruption, and I understand that. But today we have the internet. Today we have you can go online and you can research this out. And I think this is why we're making so much progress. This is why 52% of dentists in the United States don't use mercury anymore, is because there's been so much pressure on them because the public has brought that pressure on them. You know, the public has become so educated. They're like, you're not, I mean, you're going to start losing. It's going to come to a point eventually when more of the public wakes up that you won't be able to use mercury profitably anymore because people will think you're a quack if you're using mercury.
So they'll ask that you don't use it, and so it will just fade away. But, you know, we have biochemistry classes, biomaterials classes, et cetera, and they spend a good deal of time explaining to you how the mercury gets locked up and bound up in these fillings with all the different other metals that are in their tin, et cetera. So, like I say, you're 22 years old, 21 years old, you just got into dental school, and you know you got to pass all these tests and boards, so you take it all in. And they brainwash you into believing that it's safe. And they show you scientific studies. And then they go so far as to say the ADA has done all this research and says it's safe. And it's full BS. You know that. You know that as well as I do.
Right.
But that we know that. So, you know, I can't imagine anybody listening to this talk tonight having any more silver fillings in their mouth. You got to have a filling replaced. In my own mouth, I like gold. You need full coverage for a tooth. And by the way, I'm not charging for this tonight.
Okay.
If you're going to have a silver filling replaced, have a bonded filling put in because it's composite. There's no mercury in it. You know, they're white, they're tooth colored, and they're bonded to the tooth. And they actually strengthen the tooth, whereas the silver fillings act like a wedge. That's why so many people with silver fillings end up with broken teeth, because you keep pounding them into your tooth. Like when I split wood almost every day of my life, I'm splitting wood. That's how I split my wood. I put a wedge in and I start driving on it with a maul until it breaks apart. That's what a silver filling does. But a bonded filling will hold the tooth together and act like it's a splint. So anyway, that's the dental talk and what's planning on giving. But, you know, you're talking about dentistry, and that just happens to be my forte. And what I wanted to mention to everybody tonight, a couple things is, you know, there's always we've had the conversation about who's doing the spraying. Is it the military? Is it the commercial jets? Blah blah blah. I pretty much figured out it's everybody. And this is I put this on my Facebook page. This really happened. It's happened more than once to me. In fact, the first time it happened, G. Edward Griffin, I contacted him, and he immediately wanted my photographs and an explanation. And yesterday, Dane Wigington asked for the same thing on another post that I sent to him privately. We had a blue sky in the morning, and here comes this jet at really high altitude. I mean, it was screaming. And I went, my God, this has got to be a military jet. Again, the sky was blue. It was coming from the Dallas Air Force, Los Angeles, vector kind of toward us, toward Colorado. nothing else in the sky, but it was leaving a persistent plume. I knew it was obviously a chemtrail. I ran in the house before I got to town here. It was coming right at me. I brought up the information on Plane Finder. I found it. It was at 45,000 feet.
Whoa.
Going almost 600 miles an hour, and it was a Gulfstream 300, and they gave the N number, which they don't usually give on Plane Finder because it's not available. And I brought the N number up, and this spray jet, it was spraying us, this Gulfstream, you will not believe who owns it.
Who?
You ready?
I'm ready.
Starbucks. This is a Starbucks corporate jet.
Wow.
Starbucks. Honestly, I mean, I got all the pictures because there was no other plane competing with it. There was no question what jet it was. It made S-turns. It made these giant S-turns, which they don't usually do. I don't know if the guy had drank too much coffee or what, but he wasn't flying very straight. And the red line on Pathfinder followed it exactly. So I heard that my wife said that Starbucks was having some financial difficulty. Well, maybe they're getting paid a few extra bucks to thing in the tank, in the plane. I don't know. But, I'm almost at the point where I'm getting tired of, we got to continue with this, but I'm getting tired of all the asking of the question, are you guys sure it's real? How do you know it's real? And blah, 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 blah. It's like, man, we got millions of pictures. We've got thousands of rainwater tests, soil. I mean, we're so far past the point of going, yo, man, it's real. It's like, we know it's real. It's like, go do your own research. If somebody's receptive to us or to me, I will take the time and discuss it. But like you said today, you had some guy call in and say to you, well, they're not real, man. I was like, okay, fine. If they put up a wall, they can just go knock their own wall down if they want. But, I mean, we are so beyond wondering if it's real or not. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm almost getting tired of that. Like, it's like a hamster in this treadmill. Like, oh, yeah, it's for real. Yeah, it's for real. Here's my rain test. Here's my rain test. It's like, and
Yeah.
a positive note is that our numbers are growing. And I know that because I told you, I repeated myself on this. I mean, we've all got our points, but a long time ago, I put in chemtrails as a Google alert. And I'd get one hit a day if I was lucky, maybe every other day a year ago. Now, I'm getting mega hits on chemtrails and geoengineering on Google alerts. You guys can do it for yourself and just see how many hits there are, and you can find out what people all over the planet are doing. But, it's like it's a fine line I'm walking. It's like, if it's a debunker type person coming at you, like, I don't really want to talk to you, man. It's like, go somewhere else. But if a person is sincere of heart and they really genuinely want to know the information, I'll spend 48 hours, I'll drink coffee to stay up and tell them about it. But, some of them just coming at you like, oh, this is a bunch of bull crap. It's like, fine. Another thought about that is, it's like they say, I don't know this exact, but they say that very few of the people that started this, if there was a pool of people here when this nation was founded, say 100%, men and women, men pounding balls down their muskets, women bringing out bandages, whatever. But they say that the actual number of men with the huevos to go out there and take on the redcoats was a very, very tiny percentage. Everybody else was hiding behind trees and say, oh, King George isn't so bad, it isn't that bad, And that small group created this nation. A very tiny percentage of the population had the huevos to go through with what they started. And so it's like, I'm never going to give up on this stuff, man. It's like, if I can bring in one new thought, if I can get one person a week to hear that there might be some truth to this, and I'm beginning to have that happen. People that were laughing at me before are starting to go, I went on a walk today, and I got more tired than usual. You think it could be that stuff they're spraying? I swear it happened this morning. So all I'm saying on a positive note is that we got to keep on keeping on. You know what I mean? And I know we are. It's like I got my Geoengineering Watch.org signs to take with me on the protest. I ordered a new Global Skywatch T-shirt today. I mean, for the protest. I'm looking forward to it, man. If like I say, anybody at all that we can convince of this, they need to know about it. And we're never going to be a huge group, but we can't stop. Obviously, we can't stop.
Yeah.
So.
Well, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. Yeah, we really do have to keep pushing on. There are just no words for me to say. I mean, I wish everybody could smell and taste what I do. That would make this such a simple discussion, because it is as if you have powdered aluminum in a bottle and you're spraying it at my face and my mouth is wide open. That's how strong it is to me. There's nothing I have ever experienced like this before in my life. And it correlated, it started the day that the spraying started in Jamestown, New York, where I lived at the time. It didn't start before that. Jets normally emit the smell of burnt kerosene, which I'm very familiar with, which it doesn't bother me at all. That smell doesn't bother me. Doesn't cause me to have any symptoms at all. This is completely different, and it descends, which you don't, when jets are flying, whatever, I could go on and tell, I mean, I've got my story all documented, but I mean, I wish everybody could smell and taste this, because this would make, it would be kind of like putting everybody's feet to the fire, all the people who are in denial about it, trying to pretend it doesn't exist. Well, try living with this smell and taste and with the chronic inflammation that it causes. The inflammation increases in these people, the sensitive people, including me, as the trails increase. And then when the plume blows over 30 or 60 to 90 minutes later, the inflammation decreases right along with it. And that's been like that for 7 years now. 7 years.
Yeah.
So
the last thought on that is, it was brought up tonight, either you or caller, I think it was a caller, hearing people say, well, there's nothing we can do about it. In fact, I lost a friend of 18 years over that. But it's like, there's nothing we can do about it. Well, yes, there is. There's a lot you can do about it. They're attacking us with little bombs, basically. And if you can keep these bombs out of your body, you've done something about it. If you can tell other people if you start to feel symptoms. Because I keep hearing people say, man, my allergies are worse than ever. Well, I think I know why that might be happening. And like, Russ, you got me taking malic acid every day. And DE and other things. I'm fighting back in a number of ways. But the first answer to that question is, well, or that statement, there's nothing we can do about it. Well, yeah, there is. You can start with your own body. Keep your own health up. Keep their crap out of your body best you can. And the healthier you are, the clearer you will think, and the more helpful you will be to your fellow man. The easier it is to love your fellow man, the healthier that you are. Right?
well, that's a good point. That's part of the problem is really the two motivators in life that come down to fear and love. And you've either become one type of person or the other. Most of us are some mix of both. We're somewhere in the gray, because we all have faults and we all have problems. But if you care about other people, you will have a passion and you will do something about things, about them, to help them. And warning them about these dangers is something that you will do. I've come across many people in my life who say, oh, I love people so much and I care, and you look at their life and they're not doing anything for anyone but themselves. And what it really turns out is that those people make themselves feel good by telling themselves that they're loving people, when really they're not looking out for anybody but themselves. They're very self-centered people. And a lot of times the people who say they love people the most are the people who are the most self-centered, because they have to keep lying to themselves in order to ease their conscience. And so it's just, we all have to look at ourselves. But I'm mostly disappointed with the silent majority of the people who, when you tell them something like this, or you tell them about corruption, they prefer not to know. And that is the worst thing. You're on the opponent's side. You might as well be up there spraying the chemtrails. If you are electing to be willfully ignorant, you are saying, I am not going to stand up for what's right. I am going to give them permission to do what they're doing. And I know it's hard to swallow, and I'm not saying everybody has to do everything. Find your cause, because all these causes lead to the same thing. They all will bring, if you continue to study, they will all lead you to an understanding that so much of this destruction, the most of it is intentional, it's known, it's profitable, and it all leads to one world government. That's where this is all going. All this chaos and destruction weakens the public so they're not as strong to resist this final short-lived age that we are in right now, that we are entering into right now, which is not going to last very long. But that's another discussion I would love to have sometime.
Well, all right. The greatest motivator of all of us, my profession I see the greatest motivator on the planet at work all the time. I've got a flipping toothache. I hate going to the dentist, but hey, I haven't slept for 2 days and my jaw's all swollen up, and I heard you could die from this. And so they get their tooth taken out. But the point is, the motivation was pain. So
That's right.
God, I hate to think about it, but it's like, you can imagine a zillion people around you starting to really get sick, and it's like we've been trying to tell you what's going on.
Well, that's what's frustrating to me is I know people who, since I've been warning the bells, they've given birth to autistic children. They have had a lot of these health problems, and I'm there saying, I've got an answer for you. I've got an answer for you. And they don't want to know. And I'm just like, there's nothing I can say. It is one of the most astonishing things I've ever come across in my life is people who don't want to know the solution to a problem that's causing them pain.
Right.
But I get your point. People have a toothache, they have pain, and that's what it comes down to. And that's the way the whole principle of the world works, is that if you're not if you don't have the love in you to be proactive about solving problems, then eventually you're going to be forced to solve those problems through pain. It's going to lead to pain eventually. And that's what we're headed for right now, because when these trails finish destroying the trees and the plants and the agriculture and make people sick, it's going to be causing mass pain. Already a lot of people are in pain. I'm already in pain every single day of my life because of them. But it's going to lead to pain. But hey, we got some callers waiting, Mark. I really appreciate your points.
Okay, Russ. Russ, thank you so much for having this every Monday night, your website, and everything you do, man. We get your love immensely.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. I really appreciate it.
Good night.
All right. Good night. I've got somebody on Skype I want to bring in here real quick. We're going to try to get through our calls. We've got some people who want to talk, but order from chaos. What is it? Order ob cow, right? People know what that means. What order? What order is going to come out of chaos? A new world order. What is a new world order? It's not my words. I didn't make that up. It comes right from the mouth of many presidents who have given public speeches and used that phrase, and many other top-level officials. What are they talking about, a new world order? What is that? That's why there's mercury fillings. That's why there's chemtrails. That's why, and I'm not saying it's the only reason, but it's one of the reasons. You've got to suppress your opponents. You've got to keep them tired. They can't fight. They can't protest, because this new government system is so corrupt that the public would never accept it. The only way you can get it in and lock it in place is by oppressing people chemically. And that's exactly what's happening. The chemical dumbing down, as Dr. Russell Blaylock calls it. Kim, you there? Hey, Kim, are you on? All right, doesn't look like Kim's on. Let me take another caller from our console here. And then, Paul, I'd like to bring you on, too, if you're still listening. Hi, caller, you're on.
Hi, Russ. It's Lynn in Maryland.
Hi, Lynn.
Hi. Thank you so much. You were so right on. Thank you. Thank you. It's actually what I was thinking about, and I came on late, so hopefully I don't say something somebody else already did.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
The thing about speaking up, you were just talking about fear a few minutes ago, and at first, especially for those of us who weren't aware, yeah, it's scary. But the thing is, we don't have time. If you could see what's going on where I am, we don't have time to stay in fear for any length of time. And one of the things about speaking up, or whatever it is that and I'm a Christian, and the thing about a new world order is that's right out of the Bible. And and when I talk to some Christians, quite a few of them are like, "Oh, Jesus, just return and take me away." And I'm like, "Good luck with that one. Not my Bible." The thing is, this is getting really bad. There's stuff going on that is really bad. And if we don't have a voice now, I mean, kind of in a way, it's just practice. Like talking to the lady in front of you in line in the grocery store. Did you notice when you go outside, or like this lady yesterday. I'd gone to the grocery store, and I said, she was walking behind my car, and I was putting my groceries away, and I went, look at that. Do you see that? She went, yeah. I said, have you ever seen clouds like that? She went, no. And I said, that's geoengineering. And I always get the end, geoengineering.
That's great.
And it works. People are connecting. You know, and maybe because we need to wake people up. I mean, we really do. I don't know what the heck this stuff is besides the spraying that's going on in the skies over me. But I can tell you, it's not good, whatever it is. And the spraying is going on daily here, and it just totally masks the sky. Jets crisscrossing the whole 9 yards. So, you know, you're right. I mean, all you have to do, if anybody thinks we're all kind of a little nuts or something, think about the news last week and the week before, but especially the past week. I'm like, how many times can we listen about that trial? It was everywhere. You know, there is a lot of other stuff going on in the world and in the news and in the Senate and the House and, you know, with other stuff going on. And if people are clueless. They are clueless. And, you know, it's one thing to lose our rights. And as that happens, if we don't have any practice speaking up, then you might as well just, you know, just follow them to the gulag or something, because...
Well, that's where it's headed.
It can't be headed anywhere else at this point. There's something definitely not right in the world. And then we have the whole piece because of the Zimmerman trial, and you can just read the things on the internet with ratcheting up all of this racial stuff, and it's like, oh my God, I haven't heard anything like this in, 40 years?
And what do you think the purposes of ratcheting up the racial stuff is about?
I think it's all part of the same thing. One, it distracts people. It gets people angry. It's the whole dialectic thing, you know, let's create a problem, then we can come up with the solution and fix it. Or we can distract everybody, or we can bring violence into things. And most stuff isn't even getting in the news, so who knows what's going on anyway.
Plus it divides people, doesn't it?
Yes, of course, and it keeps them more distracted.
Yeah.
And the thing is, all you got to do is look up. I can taste these damn things too, and they're making me sick, and I already didn't feel good to begin with. So then it irks me. But you know, if we're at the point that we have people in power that are willing to do this to us, I mean, think about this, folks. This isn't good. I mean, this is going to eventually make everybody sick. There's no way we as human beings and our pets and our plants and my mother and the old folks can breathe this and not become very, very ill. Not to mention, it is hotter than the hinges of hell. You know, this is not normal sunlight, at least not where I am. And I'm a sun lover. I mean, I love sun. This isn't normal.
Yeah.
This is not normal. And I get a lot of the people, too, that they don't want to hear it, and I'm not going to push past that point. But you know what? I'll usually give my number, say, you know, well, you know, if you have any questions or, you know, you want to call me, please call. You know, and that's all I can do. I mean, I can't go out because I can't be around a lot of people, but I can tell you that I do not leave my house without, and even in my car, I'll look to see if, you know, anybody's around me and I can get their attention, or, you know, like if they're looking around, and I'll point to the sky. And if I see something really, really obvious, I will actually honk my horn and wave and say, look at that. Do you see that? And I need to get your car thing. So I'll call you about that. My life would be easier if I, you know, got a paycheck in the past year.
If you need bumper, you know, if somebody needs bumper sticker.
For your call and bringing people together, and I'm going to go ahead and mute.
Well, I'll tell you before you mute, though, you mentioned about you're a Christian, right?
Right.
You know, I came across, I have a deep interest in biblical prophecy. I started studying the Bible years ago, and I came across things that blew my mind. And I also understand today that the Bible is being slandered and lied about terribly. Because I know the Bible. I've read it 15 times plus cover to, at least 15 times cover to cover. And so when the History Channel and Discovery Channel and, Katie Couric and all these people say things about it that are wrong, I recognize it right away. And I can tell you that I've heard nothing, no truth about it on mainstream media. So if you've heard all these ridiculous things about the Bible, they've been taken out of context, and I'm pretty sick of it, honestly, because this is part of what, if you understand the religion of these people who are running the world today, they are anti-Bible, because the Bible actually calls out who they are. And I'm going to point something out. Are you familiar with Revelation 18:23? I think this is absolutely fascinating information that people need to know.
I was just going there. Thank you, Russ.
You're welcome. Yeah, let me read this to people. Now, I have it up on the stream too. It says,
and Russ, in case you don't know, actually, because there's so many new versions of the Bible out, but on top of that, they, like other books, history books, things like that, they're actually being edited.
Well, not only that, but
I would recommend people grab a King James Bible while you can still get one, an authorized King James Bible, and stick with it.
Yeah, the new international version of the Bible was actually owned. I don't know if he still owns it, but the copyright was owned by Rupert Murdoch for a while. Rupert Murdoch is one of the mystery schools. He's a Luciferian. At least it's pretty obvious that he is, based on some information. I don't want to accuse him of something I don't know, but why would he own a Bible? Well, the same reason that Helena Blavatsky, who codified, her and Annie Besant codified the Luciferian religion that they call the mystery schools or the mysteries in the late 1800s and early 1900s. And of course, they started a printing company called Lucifer Trust. And that Lucifer Trust was renamed to Lucius Trust because it was a little too obvious what they were all about. What they did is that they told you right there, you can read the writings of these people if you want, and they tell you right there what we're going to do, what they're going to do. And they said that we're going to teach the public our religion, which is Luciferianism masked in the words the mystery schools or the mysteries. We're going to teach the world this religion. We're going to expose it to the world. We're going to rewrite the Bible. And why would they want to rewrite the Bible? Because the Bible exposes who they are. It exposes who they are. Mystery Babylon in Revelation talks about who these people are and what they're going to do, and this was predicted. And I've literally talked for hours on this subject about what the Bible talks about is going to happen, and we're seeing it right now. And one thing that directly relates to chemtrails is this: when I saw, and I haven't talked on this show about this before, but tonight I'm talking straight from the heart because I'm running out of patience, quite frankly. When chemtrails started in 2005. Now I've been studying government corruption since the early 80s. In my spare time, not a full-time researcher, but a spare time researcher, and I've learned a lot. Let me tell you something. I put the pieces together, and I get it. I get what's going on. One of the things that happened is in 2005, when I saw people moving away from GMOs. People were moving away from fluoride. People were waking up. People are trying to get off pharmaceuticals. I mean, not everybody, but there's the move to get away from these things has grown stronger and stronger. Okay? And I knew about Revelation 18:23. And so I was like, wow, I guess these things, I was kind of waiting for something. What is it that's going to fulfill this prophecy? It's got to be coming. And when I saw chemtrails start, I immediately was like, wow, that's it. That's it. And let me tell people what it says. Right here it says, this is Revelation 18:23, last book of the Bible. It says, for your merchants were the great men of the earth, for by your sorcery all the nations were deceived. And let me decode that for you, what that verse is talking about, what is going to happen shortly before the return of Christ, whose name is Yeshua. What's people call him Jesus today, but that's not really his name. Nevertheless, what that verse says is, let me take those words back to the original language. For your merchants, who are the merchants? The merchant means a trader or wholesaler. In modern days, that would of course mean your corporations, your large international corporations, who are your traders and wholesalers. They're the ones who, they're international, sell their products internationally. And the word before merchants, it says for your merchants. So these are the big manufacturers today, who are the same people. The big manufacturers and the bankers are all members of the mystery schools, which is the Luciferian religion. And this is why we see all the symbology today. You see this with the Masons, Rosicrucians, and all these groups. You can look on Mormon, for instance, even the Mormon temple, you can see a lot of this symbology there. And we need to pay attention to this. Because this is all very revealing. The Mormon temple ceremonies are almost identical to Masonry. It says, for your merchants were the great men of the earth. What does that mean? The word great doesn't mean good, it means powerful. So so your traders and your wholesalers were the powerful men of the earth. So we're talking about, who are we talking about? We're talking about the powerful men of the earth. For by your sorcery all the nations were deceived. The word sorcery is the Greek word pharmakia. And that is the word from which we get our modern word pharmaceutical. But it doesn't just mean pharmaceutical. It means to drug or poison. That is what the word pharmakia means. So what is this talking about? It says the powerful men of the earth will deceive the people of the nations by their drugging and poisoning. What does Dr. Russell Blaylock say is happening? By chemical dumbing down of the people, they are unable, he says this himself, they are unable to comprehend the corruption that is going on today. That concept is right there in Revelation 18:23. This is one little nugget out of many that I could give a 5-hour talk, and I've done it before on this subject. It's absolutely fascinating, and all of these prophecies blow the lid off what's going on today and put it all together in such a way so that it makes sense. And I'm quite tired of all the slander. I see people on Facebook all the time saying the Bible says this, and I'm like, no, it doesn't. I mean, people who post it, you've never read it. You don't even know what it says, because you're posting something that's completely untrue, and I know what it says because I've read the book, well over 12 times myself. It's over 15 times now. And again, I'm not saying that to be a big shot, because I'm just like everybody else. I just research, I read, I do the best I can with the information that I have. But the bottom line is I know what's in and what's not in there because I've studied it. And the slander that's going on is just astonishing. So here you have right here in Revelation 18:23 talking about the powerful men of the earth are going to deceive the nations by their drugging and poisoning. Right there in front of your face. And when I saw chemtrails in 2005 being sprayed in Jamestown, New York on a daily basis, I said, there it is. That is the final straw. I tasted that metal. I got inflammation. My mind started spinning. And I couldn't think straight. I couldn't focus and concentrate. That's what mercury does to you, by the way. It lowers your GABA. Okay, the gamma aminobutyric acid, that is regulates your neurotransmitters so that you conduct much too quickly, and so you feel overstimulated. You get hyper. You have songs that loop in your head over and over again. So why has the government just fought tooth and nail to keep mercury in these stupid CFL light bulbs? Why do they fight tooth and nail to? The FDA has just literally, symbolically, or in their own way, defended and done nothing about the massacre of mercury in amalgam fillings and the diseases that it caused, or in vaccines. There's no reason. I mean, even if you believe in that vaccines work, there's no reason for mercury. There's any of many preservatives that could be used, but why mercury? Okay, why? What is the fascination with mercury? It's because it dumbs you down. You can't think, and it causes over 200 of the most common diseases, and extremely profitable. It's hard to trace back to the source. It's hard to diagnose because it doesn't show up in blood tests, at least not the way they're using blood tests today. So it's probably the single reason why the pharmaceutical industry is the second largest industry in the world behind oil. Anyway, I just wanted to mention Revelation 18:23. I could talk to you about Isaiah 35 that talks about the Dead Sea that will become two separate bodies of water. The southern portion will be given over to salt. The northern portion will become a fishing ground. The salinity levels are lowering in the Dead Sea, and before a few years it will be able to support life. The first time in recorded history. It is now two separate bodies of water. That's already happened. That happened 15 years ago. You can look on Google Earth and go see it. And what happened, the water levels dropped. And what they believe happened is there's a piece of there's a huge aquifer beneath the Dead Sea, beneath the Araba, which is the desert that surrounds the Dead Sea. And they believe that a piece broke open, and so that there's fresh water, the salt water is draining out in the aquifer and fresh water is coming in. And what happened in the process of that, it's believed, is the salinity levels are decreasing, so that prophecy in Isaiah 35 is going to be able to be fully fulfilled in just a few years, where the Dead Sea, the northern portion, will be able to support life. If you look at Google Earth, you'll see what happened is that as the Dead Sea lowered, there's a large cleft about 2/3 of the way down that became exposed. So now it's two separate bodies of water. The southern portion is now salt mining and calcium mining, stuff like this. And of course, that fulfills the prophecy about the southern portion being given over to salt. Very, very interesting things. And another thing is it says that the Araba, which is the desert that surrounds the Dead Sea, will have pools of water that will spring up from beneath the ground. Well, we have people gone over there who have witnessed this. It's not, you can go online and see videotape of it. Pools have come up because one of the world's largest aquifers was discovered through satellite technology about 15 years ago. Beneath the Araba, which is dead. Nothing grows there. It's just dead, barren land. And now you have farmers that have bought up some land, and it now is producing some of the most abundant production rates of some fruits and vegetables per acre than anywhere in the world. And Isaiah 35 says that this was all going to happen. And it says, why will this happen? Isaiah 35 says, the desert will, bloom. The pools of water will be found there. Waters, springs will break up from below, so on and so forth. And what is this all talking about? We see this all happening now for the last a little over 15 years now, probably. We see the farmland being broken up. And what is the context of all this? Why is all this stuff happening? Why is the Araba being transformed? Why is the Dead Sea split into two? The southern portion gives us salt. The northern portion, salinity levels are lowering and will soon support fish. Now there are farmers growing food there in the Araba, which was the deadest portion of one of the deadest places on earth. Nothing grows there. What it says is that God says, I will prepare the land so that when the Messiah returns, that those people who are coming up from the southern nations will have provisions along the way. This is the preparing of the land so that people who travel will have food and water as they travel up to see the Messiah, who will return to Israel, to that land anyway. Very interesting stuff. I've studied this for a long time. You don't hear this stuff in the churches for the most part. And again, that's because many of the churches have been taken over, just like Blavatsky said they would. They said they were going to take over the churches. Their preachers would be in the pulpits. They would take over broadcasting. That's why you see all these televangelists that just make you cringe and make people feel like, why would I ever want to be associated with stuff that just is embarrassing to watch and look at? And I remember when I first started studying this stuff, thankfully I had the conviction in myself that I was willing to look at and listen to people whether I liked them or not, because I would take the information and research it myself. I don't accept information just because you're a smart person or you present yourself as a smart person. That doesn't really matter to me. What I want to do is just look at the information and then analyze it myself and see what it comes down to. And so that's what I did. I started researching this stuff. But anyway, so the bottom line is the whole context of this verse that we're looking at right here in 1823 is that God says, I will prepare the land so that when my people are going to see the Messiah, this is going to be right before the return of Christ. And we see this stuff happening right now. And we see this coinciding with chemtrails. We see this coinciding with big military movements, with HAARP, with all of this stuff happening. Biblical prophecy also talks about the weather going crazy, all kinds of weather, earthquakes. And guess what? If you look at most of this technology, this exotic technology that has been developed today, what do you see? Most of this technology, not all of it, but the majority of this technology has been developed to mimic an apocalyptic earth condition. Earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, weather control, droughts, famine. They have developed these technologies that now exist where they can be created. And I just hope people wake up to this, because this stuff, the people who are committing these crimes against us are they have a deep belief in what's called the mystery schools. That is the Luciferian religion we hear so much about. And the Bible exposes that, and that's why the Bible has been so slandered, because they don't want people to look in the Bible, because it calls them out for who they are and explains what's going on in the world today, and they don't like that at all. And that's why in the Zeitgeist movie, for instance, if you look at the Zeitgeist movie, the first half hour of the movie slams the Bible. And I can tell you firsthand, if you research that stuff out, it's 90% lies. They try to say Christianity, and I hate using the word Christianity because the Bible's not a religion, the Bible's a book. But when you look at this stuff, 90% of that stuff was absolutely untrue. And again, I won't go into all the details right now, but if you want to find out, go to the website Orbis Vitae, O-R-B like boy, I-S, Orbis like orbit, Orbis Vitae, VITAE.com. Go check out the Bible Forum, and there's videos in there that actually will tear that first 30 minutes of the Zeitgeist film apart and show how they just lied. They lied, and some of the references that they use in there are their own people. They're books that self-reference their own authors, and it's the same thing that the FDA uses, or some of these shadow research projects that have been done to show that one pharmaceutical drug is safe and it's not dangerous. It's the same tricks they use, and it's too bad, because the rest of that guy's movie had a lot of really good information, very solid conspiratorial information. But did you ever ask yourself, well, why did they dedicate the first 30 minutes to smashing Christianity? Why? It's the fifth column technique. They want to destroy the book that exposes who they are. And then they want to come over and they want to control the dialogue in the conspiratorial movement. This is called controlled opposition. This is exactly why the environmental groups today are not responding to geoengineering. You ever wonder why? The reason they're not responding to geoengineering is because they're controlled. They're controlled by the people who are doing the geoengineering. That's why the environmental groups have no interest in this subject. If they did not control the environmental groups, then the environmental groups would be their opponents. So what controlled opposition is exactly what it sounds like. You're controlling your opponents. This is why Monsanto has bought up most of the seed companies, or at least part of the reason, and the pharmaceutical industry has bought up many of the herb companies. They're buying up their opposition, but these companies are still running, and then what they will do is they'll slowly destroy the herb companies, because now they control their opposition. And so now that they control their opposition, they can very conveniently take their opposition down. This is the way the world works. Talked for a while on this, didn't mean to fill your ears all up with this, but if you really want to understand what the big picture is, this is a battle that's going on right before our eyes. It's very scary to a lot of people. People don't all understand the ins and outs, and you've got to understand that a lot of people in some of these movements who are teaching you some of these things that are very, unfortunately, you have people like David Icke, who's very anti-Christian. Well, why? Why is he anti-Christian? Why does he cut it down and slander it so badly? He doesn't. You got to do some research. Don't take everything at face value. There's a lot more going on. And the people who control this world, and there's a relatively small group of people who are at the head of this helm because they've been working at this for centuries. These people understand what it is to control your opposition. And one of the things that Helena Blavatsky taught, along with Annie Besant and these other people, the Lucifer Trust people, who codified the mystery school's religion, this is the religion of the elites, they taught that they were going to teach everyone their religion. And that's why today you have all of this talk about collective consciousness. You have all of this talk about, I'm not saying there's not a lot of truth to these things, but they're using these things to steer you down their path. If you watch Saturday morning cartoons, if you go to the movies and you watch the movie Transformers, in fact, if you watch virtually anything on TV or anything in the movie theater, if you know the mystery school's religion, you will see that they are teaching it to you through movies and television. It is absolutely astonishing. And if you want to understand this, if you really want to get the big picture and understand the big picture from the top looking down, not in the middle trying to figure out what this mess is all about, but if you want to look from the top down and see the whole thing, then go listen to William Cooper. And we've got about 50 or 60 of his radio programs archived on Orbis, O-R-B-I-S, Vitae, V-I-T-A-E.com. And he puts it all together for you. So there you go. I got launched on a big rant, but tonight I'm speaking from the heart. I'm letting it all go. I opened up the phone line so you all could talk, but I wanted to get that out. In this biblical information, I implore any of you who really want to understand what's going on, stop listening to mainstream media. Stop listening to what televangelists say. Look at it for yourself. And once you do, you'll start to recognize people who really teach truth and the other people who are actually belonging to the mystery schools who have infiltrated the churches, who absolutely control the evangelistic airwaves. I mean, it's astonishing. It's absolutely astonishing. They control it. Once you look at it, they absolutely control it. And they're teaching you not the Bible stuff or true prophecy. Most of the time, the vast majority of the time, they're teaching you the mystery schools. And so you have to look at it for yourself. You have to understand what it really says. If you want to look at the top down and see this whole picture, then you've got to check it out for yourself. And again, this is something that could be talked about for hours. It's a huge subject, but it really comes down to something very simple. Is the mystery schools people are having their last few years on this earth because the people, the common people like you and me, have let them have their way and haven't held their feet to the fire. These people have gained control, and now we're learning what it is to live under a Luciferian government, under the mystery schools government. And it's not pretty. And it's scary. But you have to be brave and you have to be willing to look at uncomfortable things if you want to be educated so that you can defend and protect yourself and your family, and ultimately so that you can understand what this is all about. Because it really boils down to something pretty simple. So I implore people to listen to William Cooper, because he spells it out for you. He lays it out. He reads to you from their own literature. Remember those names: Helena Blavatsky, Annie Besant. I've had debates with people on Facebook. I don't go very long because people kind of idolize people, but many of these mystery school teachers have captured the hearts and minds of the public. And you have these people teaching the mystery schools religion. And the mystery schools religion is just like Masonry. Until you get to the very high levels of Masonry, all this symbology they teach you of the 5-pointing star, all this stuff. Albert Pike himself said it's used for deception. And that's what they do. They begin teaching you lies from the very first ceremony you go through. And that's exactly what they're doing with the public. And so you can't look at these teachers in this movement, in any movement, and just accept what they're saying because they sound smart and they put a lot of pieces together, because they will tell you 90% truth. But you've got to look at it for yourself. You've got to research this stuff for yourself. And the thing I can testify to you, because I do know the Bible, because I have done the research, is that there's prophecies in there that have come true, talking about everything from the Arabah, which is the desert surrounding the Dead Sea, to the Dead Sea itself, to this word sorcery. This word sorcery, pharmakia, appears several times in the book of Revelation. Pharmakos also does. It talks about those who actually distribute the drugs, what's going to happen to them in Revelation. And of course, the word was translated by the translators a few hundred years ago, sorcery, because back then that's what it was called. you know, and then people get upset. Well, why is sorcery such a crime in the Bible? Why does God hate it so much? You know why? Because according to because it kills so many people, and that's not what it's about. It's supposed to be about life. Life is supposed to be about life. And when something comes along and you start using toxic chemicals and kill people, he doesn't like that very much, and he doesn't want people doing that. And that those warnings have been ignored, and now we're suffering with over 200. I think the Journal of the American Medical Association says over 240,000 people a year die from the side effects of doctor-prescribed pharmaceutical drugs in the United States alone. But guess what? Those 240,000 people, that only represents about 2% of those who are correctly reported, because the vast majority of people who are reported as dying for a disease like liver failure really died of a side effect of a pharmaceutical drug. That makes pharmaceutical drugs killing very possibly, when you look at the numbers, and I believe this is pretty close to accurate, 2.8 million people a year. Most dangerous thing in history. Biggest killer ever. Doctor prescribed in the United States alone. These are just looking at the numbers. And this is a figure from when you take the Journal of the American Medical Association numbers themselves, and then you fix the calculation with the understanding that only 2%, maybe 3%, but I think it's probably more like 1%, but stay conservatively 2% are actually reported. These deaths are reported as being from the pharmaceutical. Most of them are reported as some natural cause or some disease cause when it's actually a pharmaceutical. All right, well, so much for open lines. I've been going on and on, but I'm shooting from the heart tonight. And I want to let some other people talk. And I want people to be aware, if you want to see the two belief systems that are in opposition in the world today, you have the mystery schools, which has taken over, which is why the world is in shambles. That's why there's so much corruption. Listen to William Cooper and he'll expose it to you. Hey, Kim, are you on the line? All right, I was going to bring Kim on. I don't know what happened.
Okay, there. I had to unmute it.
There you are.
I talked to my neighbor a minute ago.
All right, there you are. Now, you had something to say about geoengineering, about things that were going on, I think. What did you want to tell people?
I just ended up chatting with the people in the chat group a little bit too about, because I started listening to what you guys were saying about the bigger picture and stuff. We like to call it the rabbit hole.
Yep.
I think that we have, and I always try to encourage people in the Facebook group that I think that we have to find out what our gifts are, what our strengths are. And for me, it's both sides of the coin. I need to know what my weaknesses are. And I acknowledge both, but I focus more on the positive. And so I've been trying to hook up with different people and ask them, somebody might come in and say, so what are we doing about it anyway? And I'm thinking, oh boy, there's so much. And there is, but you want to ask a person that's just coming in, so what's your skill? What do you want to do? What do you think we should do? What do you think's going on? And what do you like to do? What are the qualities? Can you write? Can you write stuff? Are you a shy person? Are you someone that can sit on a computer and crank out emails to all these maybe environmental agencies and different activism groups that could be located within that state? Or are you someone that can jump in a group and offer people ways to create their own flyers? There's so many activism things that people can do that can help out, and I would love to see everybody try to coordinate and network with each other and not feel like, well, I'm a person that I listened to a caller one day, and were saying that they were a person that they're not really a public person. It's not someone that really wants to go out in the streets and talk to total strangers about crazy stuff. So that would be someone that maybe in their case, they could be a volunteer and they could just go through either phone books or, you know, use their computer to look up local environmental agencies, or sometimes there's groups at colleges that have different groups that organize. There's an outing club at the college that I go to that might be interested in why is it every time you guys had outings there was torrential downpours? Did you realize there's some weather modification going on? And there's so many different ways that people can make connections. But instead of having one person feel overwhelmed and say, well, I can't do all of these 10 things, what about if you can do one of those things? What if you're not that person that's going to go out on Saturday at noontime with a sign and walk up and down Main Street saying geoengineering is destructive, farmlands are being lost or something? What if you're not that person? Don't feel like you can't contribute, because you can, because you can go to like the Global Skywatch site. There's print literature right there. There's posters. You can download it. Sometimes there are people that end up getting extra flyers, or there are people that have access to get stuff printed for free and they'll offer you some stuff. There are people that are, like I just met this lady last night. She lives in my state and she works in a call center. She knows about health. She knows about herbs and vitamins. And she also does outbound calling. So I'm thinking, well, there's a connection right there. That's a person who might not exactly want to go out marching with me, you know, during protests, but maybe she would be a good person to network and make a bunch of phone calls to total strangers, because she does it for a living. So I'm trying to encourage as many people as I can to come up with some things that they can think about themselves, do a little inventory, think about what they like, what they can do, and be firm about what you can do, and absolutely be firm about what you can't do. If you're not willing to do something, don't push yourself, because you'll end up getting frustrated and want to back off. Just figure out some different things that you think you could do. If they go to the Global Skywatch forum, there's a help out section where you can offer that you have a gift to share, or a talent or a skill that you can share and offer. And then there's another section where if you need something or if you need help, you can put in what it is. You might be someone that might say, I need flyers, or you might be someone that wants to write a purpose letter to send out to their local government. Or in my case, I've contacted all the major churches in our area, because some of the churches have over 5,000 members, and they're so packed. They have 3 sessions every Sunday, starting at the crack of dawn. So I'm thinking, hey, that's a huge group of people. You know what I mean? Maybe, and I've got the people skills, because I worked in call centers I've got like 15 years of call center work. I don't mind calling all these people and asking them, complete total strangers, if they could help me out. So I could do that. But then I'm also multitask. I don't mind taking my sign with me everywhere I go. Like every time I go to the grocery store, I've got my my GMO, anti-GMO Monsanto sign that says, why is our food supply being made and modified by the world's largest pesticide company? And I stick that baby right on my windshield, and I get thumbs up and high fives, and I've got signs taped all over the back of my truck, and people will stop and they'll say, I love your signs. I'm glad someone's awake. You know, if you're someone that wants to put yourself out there, that's a little kind of over the edge, some of the stuff I'm doing. Not everybody can do that, but just because you're not able to do that, think about some of the stuff that you can do. You know, you can do the flyers, you can do if you can print stuff, print it, find out who needs it, ship it, or you can make the phone calls, or you can, if you know a certain amount of people in the cause, you can figure out how to go on the internet and look up like all their organic farmers organizations is one example. And that way, what you'll do when you network like this is you'll get people that are interested in having something at stake, because chemtrails are destroying farmland. just by the destructive weather, just in that itself. Then the ingredients that are in the chemtrails without the destructive weather are also destroying plants, and there will be no organic farming pretty soon, and someone has to make those connections. What if we had a person that could do that?
Mm-hmm.
So there's so many things that will stop people from becoming active, and it's my goal, my personal goal, to try to encourage people to get active anyway. And if somebody says, well, I can't go out and protest with you guys tomorrow, but I can, I can pass out 300 flyers where I work, or I'm going to a wedding and I'll, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, we understand,
we could just
absolutely.
get people to kind of think outside their box.
Yep.
And then you have to find out, okay, well, first of all, you got to find out what your skill is. But then you've got to realize all the damaging health effects that are happening are actually causing people to not want to go anywhere, not want to do anything. We're expected not to notice. We're expected to be tired. We're expected to want to take naps, have headaches, feel sick, not want to go anywhere, not want to do anything. And I've decided I'm not going to let that stop me, because if you can't find what makes it personal for you, then you really don't have anything to go from. I mean, I can't just go out there and say, hey, Russ Tanner said that mercury is bad for you and it causes mood swings, because I have a child that has mood swings. And I can't go and say, Dan said that geoengineering is destroying our farm belt, and just contact people and say, hey guys, did you know that this Dan person said, he watches the weather and he knows about these things? And then Helen has told us about destruction of just the trees in her area, of getting these cancerous marks on them. I can't just go by what people say. I have to find within myself why this is important to me and how I'm connected to it. Basically, that's the first step. And then I can take what everyone is sharing for their experiences and use that to help keep me going and keep the fuel, keep the coal in the engine and keep it burning and keep me going.
Right. Well, that's good. That's good. It has to be personal. It's personal for me because I taste it, smell it. It's ruined my life, my health for the last 6 years. But people, a lot of people don't realize that. And this is one of the things I've stressed in past shows, is that you need to educate people about how it's affected them. And it's so funny because people say, oh, it doesn't affect me. And then later in the conversation, they'll say, yeah, I can't sleep at night. I'm taking sleeping pills. My mind is racing. I have headaches every morning. It's like, well, where do you think that might be coming from? Because all these things are symptoms of these metals that you're breathing in.
Right. And I think Mark was talking about that earlier. He has this gift of, when he hears a person make a complaint about a health issue, he has a gift of a response that he can say to them, well, so you're having all these respiratory issues. Well, did you know that? And he could say something. If you just try to keep this movement and keep this cause as part of your heart and your everyday living, you'll be able to pass the word. I mean, you don't have to go make signs and get crazy like I do. I do this because it's fun. But you, yeah, definitely with you, Russ. I mean, I relate with you because it is personal for you. It affects your life. It's affected people you've known in your life, and you've seen people suffering as a result of it. And it's what drives you. And people just coming in, I want to just encourage them. Don't let it frighten you, because it is pretty scary what's happening, but just figure out, take some time, think about how is it connected to you? Are you an outdoor person? Does it suck that you can't go out and garden every other day like you used to be, or that you can't go horseback riding because the horses are gagging halfway home? Or do you get migraines when you go out in the garden, like this other friend of mine? That's her experience. People want to do their best to find out what it is that motivates them, and 2, what their skills are, and 3, keep reaching out. I mean, I can only do so much as far as trying to connect with people and saying, what's your skill? And, if I can try to do that, let's say within my state, I could try to get people together and have one person look up whatever state laws are about to pass at our state house. Or I could get someone else that's in the farmers organization to try to locate all the farmers markets then another person that's into protest, maybe have that person call all the people, all our protesters, and say, guys, on this day, we all want to show up. Can anyone make it? We've got to start working together, and we need to make it urgent enough that it's not a matter of sleeping an extra hour in bed. It's not a matter of putting something off. It's not a matter of watching that late night show at night. It's a matter of, for me, personal sacrifice, because I've kind of seen how this could possibly end. And
how could it possibly end? How could it possibly end?
Some of the nightmares that I've had are absolutely horrible. I've seen what can happen when people just keep on staying on their treadmill and being spoon-fed the same mass media data and the same chemical garbage that they're eating, and continue on not thinking outside the box. I've had dreams over the years that were so real that I would wake up coughing and gagging at times, or wiping tears off my face, because I've seen what feels like is our imminent future. And I really like to have a chance to turn that around. Even my child now, she's only 7 years old. When when the tsunami hit in Asia, there was 2 different ones. That very day, the news had probably been on for 4 hours. She came home from school and she described to me, she said, Mommy, I saw water rushing really, really fast. And she starts describing houses and cars floating in the river. And I said, you did? She said, yes. And she was very specific. She mentioned a policeman up on top of the rock trying to pull somebody in out of the water. She saw a dog sitting on a cooler. And I'm like, holy crap. I'm going to call my daughter's school. I am going to give them hell, because I don't want her exposed to the graphic images like this. I had her come home. She drew a picture. I called the school, got the principal, got the guidance counselor, got her teacher, and there was absolutely no exposure whatsoever to any mainstream media to any of the kids. Yet, supposedly, she knew about all this stuff going on. So there are a few people out there that can see what could happen if we don't start taking action, and that in itself would be a good motivator. If you've imagined, what it's like with all farmland dried up and nobody goes outside, and martial lockdown at exactly 9 o'clock at night, and all this crazy stuff going on, like people lined up for forced vaccinations and microchips. If you don't want to see that happen, try to overlook the small occurrences. Don't sweat the small stuff. Get over yourself and detox, like Mark said, and try to do as much as you can, or whatever it is that you can do.
Yep.
Just want to see things turned around. I mean, I don't go down the rabbit hole that much. I do sometimes. It freaks me out, and then I get overwhelmed. But I'm unfortunately dragged into the rabbit hole once in a while. I get these images that come in, sometimes through sleep. Sometimes it's just real brief moments that just shocking. Holy shit, what the hell was that I just saw? And I realize I'm just getting glimpses of our potential fate. So for those of us that can see that, you're going to be a little bit more motivated. But
well, Kim, I feel the same way, because as I was ranting about for the last half hour, I became interested in the Bible after I had a very interesting experience happen to me that led me to it. I wasn't really going to it, but I had something happen to me that kind of directed my path in a very amazing way. It changed the course of my life. And when I started studying that, I see in the prophecies, I became very interested in all these prophecies, and I started seeing what this book, all this prophecy spells out is going to be happening during this time in history. And the thing that amazes me is that all these things are happening now.
Yeah, and you said you studied the Bible, so you're aware of some of the history that's written there, and then you're able to take that knowledge and then compare it to what's happening, and you can say, holy crap, that's happening right now.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
this must have been other people like me that get these feelings or whatever you want to call it, and they write it down, and everyone says, "Oh, you're crazy, you're crazy." Well, guess what? Some of that stuff's happening right now. People, time to wake up.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And the thing, you know, people have, some of this stuff has been quoted. I wrote an article on this that you can see in my chemtrail story, which I link too often to in our book. But you know, you're talking about looking in the future, Kim, and this is my glimpse in the future is some of this prophecy because it really describes what's going on today. And it's interesting because there's some things in there talking about what's going to happen shortly before the return of Christ that could not be explained without today's technology. And one of the things here, if you look at Isaiah 14, verses 16 and 17, it says this, they that see thee, okay, now it's talking about people who are going to see the evil one who rises to power during the last few years of time on earth before Christ returns. And here's what it says: They that see thee, that evil one, shall narrowly look upon thee. Now, narrowly look is when you squint your eyes and you look at someone in disbelief. That's what it means. So they're going to look at them with disbelief and consider thee, saying, Is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms, that made the world as a wilderness, and destroyed the cities, and he opened not the house of his prisoners. I have goosebumps as I read this. This is shortly before the return of Christ. There, in one sentence, you're getting earth to tremble. How does a man make the earth tremble?
Fracking.
And harp.
Yep.
By vibrating the earth at certain frequencies, you create those stress relief zones. And okay, the harp, you can look in the harp patents that made the world as a wilderness. Really, what happens now that the sun is shining so brightly that the ozone layer is being destroyed through chemical reactions of chemtrails? It scorches there's other prophecies that talk about the scorching of the earth. The earth was scorched. Okay, this is beginning to happen now, folks. This is not me making this up. This is stuff that was written about, what, 4,000 years ago. Okay, and it all is happening right in the same time. It's not just some verse I picked out of the Bible. This verse is talking about a specific point in history, and looking at all the signs, we are at that point. So it's not, you know, it's not just picking and choosing something. Okay, so how does a man make the earth tremble? Through harp. How does he shake kingdoms? Now, the word shake, I looked it up in the original language. It means to shake with fear. So he's going to spread fear throughout the kingdoms of the world. He made the world as a wilderness. How do you do that? Well, you do that with geoengineering. You do that with weather manipulation. That's how a man who's in power, this is a powerful man, made the world as a wilderness. In fact, Obama, and I'm not saying Obama is that one. A lot of people have tried to say that, and I don't believe that. But he's certainly not on the right side of the fence, but nevertheless, that's another discussion. But he made the world as a wilderness. Obama has publicly stated in the last few years how they're talking about bulldozing entire cities in the United States. I'm not making this up. Look for it online. Bulldozing cities and bringing people. Of course, this is all Agenda 21, bringing people into the big cities, but to restore the earth, to protect the environment. What are they going to do? Make the world as a wilderness, destroy the cities thereof. And here's the last one, folks. Now think about FEMA camps. He opened not the house of his prisoners. In other words, he took in prisoners and would not release them. Okay, and it kind of implies that they're being held maybe without reason, without cause. And then, of course, the prophecy about after the return of Christ, there's prophecies that say when Christ returns, he opened and released all the prisoners. He freed the prisoners. So it's interesting to look at these prophecies and see these things happening and how they correlate with this particular time that this prophecy is talking about lines up with the time we're living in right now. We're at the end of the 6,000 years. What's called the church age. We're about to enter into the 7,000th year. That this is the next part of history. So I appreciate people who are involved in getting the word out. when you teach people about geoengineering and what's going on, and people, one of the biggest questions is, why is this happening? Do you have any idea? What are your thoughts about why they're doing this, Kim? I mean, any ideas?
I actually decided to stop thinking about why they're doing it because it freaked me out.
Yeah.
So I decided that there are other people that are looking into it. They're looking into, like Illuminati connections, people with money. I was curious about that, so I started studying geographical land masses using satellite views. And I started discovering all these interesting islands that are in between war zones that have airports, fueling stations, prisoner bunk houses, and executive officer estates. And I started studying that, and then I got back to the weather, so I focused mostly on weather and land masses. So when I started getting bits and pieces of the rabbit hole and who's connected and why, I could verify that my friends who were saying all this crazy stuff were accurate, because I was able to see where they were able to refuel the planes that they would use for war or war games. I was able to see where ships were being brought in to refuel the land fuel tanks are on these islands. I started looking up treaties and national historic monuments that were set up by the senior Bush administration back in 2009. And he ended up picking out several islands in between Africa and South America, which is, of course, one of the hotter areas where we see a lot of the weather issues. That's where I got stuck, is the weather issues down by the equator. I started wondering, well, why is the United States making all these special ownerships of all these small land masses? And that has to, then I went further back, maybe 85 to 100 years. Those were major docking ships during some of the major wars. And so there's been some recent activities in those small land masses, but most people don't know about those things. I just actually stumbled on it. So the part of the rabbit hole of why are they doing it and who is doing it, I'm only going to limit myself to a very small section of that, because I feel like that's going to be my best asset. My skill is weather and gathering information and research.
Wow.
So if I was able to let my friends do the tracing of where the money comes from and the bloodlines, then I can match up, let's say, all the properties that are within those bloodlines and where the money was spent, and find out what political interests we've served there. So like they're doing 3/4 of that aspect, and I'm doing 1/4 of it.
Okay, very good.
Unfortunately, as far as the rabbit hole goes, I get pulled into it whether I like it or not. When enough stuff has gone on, I just go through some very, very brief periods where I wake up in the morning and I remember certain things, like I was sitting down watching a movie, and I write it all down and I save it. And I've done this for 30 years. And I'll open a notebook of stuff that I wrote down, say 15, 20 years ago, and all the stuff I wrote down is actually going on right now.
Yeah. Well, that's very interesting. I've heard that before. You're not alone in that. Have you ever met other people who are having that happen to them?
I've met hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that are talking about some of the dreams that they've had and how it relates to current events and affairs that are happening. There's ways that people can try to tune in their gifts. Basically, if you feel an instinct, listen to it, don't ignore it, and try to notice the time of day and the circumstances when you start to feel an instinct. I mean, you might be a person who might just be thinking about a person so strongly, and then 5 minutes later the phone rings, and who is it? That person. It's part of empathy. It's just part of connecting to a different area of your brain and skill level that you're going to really need in times like this.
Wow. I've known a number of people myself. I had an interesting thing happen to me, and I mentioned this earlier. I feel compelled to share this. is earlier I mentioned that something happened that turned my life around. What happened with me is I was because I was mercury toxic. I was very depressed. I was in my I was about, I don't know, 19, 20 years old, something like that, living in apartments in Florida. I grew up in Newport Richey, Florida, went to Gulf High School, if anybody knows. In fact, I met a guy a while ago who went to the same high school. It was really funny. But anyway, living in an apartment, working, going to college. Um, I was extremely depressed, very lonely. Mercury was making me very, very, very depressed. And so in my desperation, I actually laid in bed and I spoke to God. And I said, if there really is a God, you can hear what I'm saying. And so I'm just going to say this. I'm going to ask you some questions about what I should do with my life, or why there's a reason to live and all this kind of stuff. Because I was very depressed. I really want answers to these questions. Well, the next day I fell asleep. And the next day I got up, went to work, came home, and some new women. I was in an apartment that had 3 apartments in a row, and it was just a single story on the ground. And I had to walk past the other 2 apartments to get to my apartment. And there were 2 ladies who had just moved in. It was a woman and her mother, and they were, quite a bit, they were older, and they were retired, obviously, so they would just kind of sit out front during the day, and I walked past them, and they stopped me and said, "How do you?" And they struck up a conversation. I was always very nice to people, and they ended up having a conversation with me, and they started talking about religion in the conversation. And I was polite, like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, thanks, yeah, whatever." And so I went home that night, still feeling very depressed. Went through this big stretch where it was particularly bad. And so that night I was laying in bed and I said it again. I said, "God, if you're real, you can hear me, and I want to ask you some questions." And I asked 3 questions and drifted off to sleep, went off to work the next day, came home. Those ladies were sitting out front again, stopped me, talked a little bit about religion. I was kind and polite. "Thank you very much." Went home, whatever, and went to bed that night and did it again. 3rd night in a row, I laid in bed and was like, "Look, if you can hear me, I'm asking these questions." I asked 3 more questions. I figured God could hear me and he would answer me in his own time. It's what I kind of figured, so I'd ask the questions. So, 3rd morning, got up, went to work, came home. The ladies were sitting out front of their apartment again, as they always did. They struck up a conversation as I walked by and started talking about religion again. And they ended up answering the questions I had asked the night before. And not only did they answer the questions, they answered them in the same order that I asked them. And I was like, "Whoa, that's wild." And then as the woman was talking, I was thinking about the previous 2 days, and I realized suddenly that she had also answered my questions from the last 2 days. The next day, the previous 2 days, she had answered the questions I asked the night before when she was talking to me.
Okay, yeah.
And so for 3 days in a row, these women, or this woman, who was the daughter, did all the talking, answered the 3 questions I'd asked the night before. They were answered the next day by this woman. So this was the 3rd day, and as she was talking, I realized all this, and I was like, "Oh my gosh." I told her, I said, "You know what? It's really weird." And she's like, "What's that?" I told her, I said, "I've been asking questions at night, like talking to God kind of thing. I know it's kind of weird." And they're like, "No, it's not weird at all." I'm like, "Well, I wanted some questions, and you've been answering my questions the next day." And I thought she was going to freak out, like, "Oh man, this is wow, this is great." And she didn't. She goes, "Of course." She goes, "That's the way God works. He works through people." And I was like, "Oh, that's disappointing. I was expecting something really,
magical?
I was expecting something magical. I thought you were going to get all, I was kind of disappointed." But she was like, "Yeah, that's of course." And then she just went on talking and whatever, and our conversation ended. And I walked home with my jaw on the floor, and I'm thinking, and I'm a very analytical person, so I said, "Okay, what just happened here? Either this lady," and she was in her 60s, or must have been in her 60s, has bugged my bedroom with a high gain condenser microphone, or something really significant is going on here. And I was kind of excited. I kind of had a little glimmer of hope, because I was, again, depressed from the mercury. I didn't know at the time it was from the mercury. I just thought it was because I was a depressed person. Anyway, so the next few nights, I did the same thing. I would ask him questions, God questions, when I laid in bed. I'd go to work, come home. The daughter, would strike up a conversation with me. She would answer my questions, and I didn't tell her any time after that she answered my questions. I would just be polite and say, oh, and she would answer my questions, and I would go home. And this went on for 6 nights. If I remember right, it was 6 nights. I'm trying to remember the exact number of days, but I think it was 6 nights. And after that 6 nights, a lot of times when I try to figure out what to do with my life, I ask myself what advice I would give to someone else. If somebody came to me and told me the story, what would I tell them to do? And I should, because I want to take my own advice.
Right.
So I was like, this, again, of course, this lady obviously didn't bug my bedroom. I mean, she doesn't know, this was something very significant. So I said, if I look back on my life and I don't take this event really seriously, I'm going to really wonder what would have happened if I just brushed this off and ignored this, because this woman has answered my prayers the next day in the same order. The next day, every day that I've asked, every night that I've asked the prayers, the next day she answered them. And
Cool.
and so I sat there and contemplated for a long time. What am I going to do? This is amazing. Something big has happened, and I'm not going to ignore it. I don't want to live in 20 years from now, look back and say, what should I have done? I don't like living in regrets. I like learning from my mistakes, or learning from other people's mistakes, and being smart with my life. So I said, okay, all right. There's no other explanation than something supernatural happened here. This lady obviously doesn't have my bedroom bugged. She doesn't even live in the next apartment. She lives in the one past the next one. So even if, it would be even harder, even if that was the case. But that was just ridiculous, because she doesn't know anything about anything with electronics and blah, blah, blah. This is ridiculous. Something really significant happened here. She answered my questions. She did it in the same order. So I said, okay, all right, I give in. I feel like I just got a 2x4, that proverbial 2x4 that people talk about across their head when they woke up out of life.
Right.
I just got that. I realized, I said, that's my 2x4. Wow, I am not going to be stupid and ignore this. I'm going to go with this. So that night I said, okay, I want to know more. I believe that you answered my prayer. Tell me what church to go to. So the next day I got up, left, came back to my apartment that night. It was a Saturday night. And I walked past her apartment, and she only said one thing to me. She goes, hey, how you doing? I said, good. She goes, why don't you come to church with us tomorrow? And I was like, there was this pause. I was like thinking about what I had asked the night before, because I was waiting, for an answer, and I was like, paused for a minute, and I was like, okay. And she goes, this is it. And I said, which one is it? And she goes, it's this one, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, I'll come. And she's like, oh, great. And I started going to church. That was my 2x4. And I said, okay, that was a supernatural experience. I'm going to take that seriously. I'm not going to be a fool and ignore that. That was a big event that just happened. It was an answer to prayer. People talk about their prayers never being answered. Well, that was a prayer that was answered. And if God is God, he expects me to be responsible with that. So I'm going to do that. And I did. And I started studying, I started learning, and my eyes were opened. And a lot of people talk about when they get into the conspiracy movement, or when they learn about chemtrails, or they learn about 9/11, they learn about all these issues, their eyes are open, because they start understanding that they've been living under deception. And their eyes are open, and now they see the big picture. And that's what happened to me as I researched all this stuff. And then I became interested in law. So I started researching law, would go to Stetson University Law Library, book depository at USF. They have this huge book depository. It's like the size of a football field almost, like underground, like not underground, but it's like the basement room. And there's nobody in there. You get in there, there's one person who sits in there to man the library, but nobody else ever cares about all these government documents. So I went in there with some friends, and we did legal research and learned about all this stuff. And I started researching the conspiracies and the cover-ups as I got more involved. And I started seeing the connection I started putting the pieces together of what's going on in the world. because it really all fits together like a puzzle when you really understand it. And to make an extremely long story, which is a story of my life, short, having suffered through mercury toxicity, having learned about seeing law was my introduction to the conspiracies, because you can see law, it's black and white. You can see how they make laws and they change laws to fit their current agenda. And that is one of the if you want to convince somebody of conspiracies, then go into law, study the laws behind it, and you'll see how they systematically change laws to accommodate their agenda. And so that's what brought me to this point. I had and I've had other events happen to me that were actually more significant than that one since then. But that was my introduction to the Bible and to church, and I took it very seriously, and I'm glad I did, because in a day and age today when there's so much slander of the Bible going on, and most people are very ignorant of it, they don't know anything about it, so they listen to a lot of the teachers who are slandering it today. Many of them seem like good teachers. They believe they're good teachers, but they don't understand that there's another level of deception. Maybe your eyes have been opened about geoengineering, and your eyes have been opened about 9/11, your eyes have been opened about vaccines, your eyes have been opened about mercury and fracking and all the other stuff that's going on, and smart meters and HARP. But don't ever get too proud to stop learning, because if you continue to humbly look for even deeper answers and you are willing to go down the rabbit hole, and I'm not saying this specifically to you, Kim, I'm just saying this as a general principle that I try to obey in my life, is that I realize that when you're too proud, you can't learn new things. You can't, when you're proud, you will reject knowledge and you won't be able to see clearly. And I've seen people become dumbed down over a process of time because they were too proud to really look at something seriously. And that's what we see happening in the world today, is that we try to tell people about geoengineering, and so many people are like, they would never do that. Well, why are they making a statement? Because they think they know what's going on. They're not humble enough to say, maybe there's something I don't know yet. I need to keep learning. And so they've shut themselves down. They shut us down from teaching them anything, and they remain ignorant. And they eventually suffer, because if you're ignorant of geoengineering, then you don't know about malic acid that can help take the aluminum out. You don't learn about other supplements. You don't learn how you can protect yourself, and you'll suffer. So we want to help people. We want to teach them about this so they can protect themselves and their families and wake them up. But my big point is, don't ever be too proud. This is my principle that I try to live by, to think that you know it all. Because now that your eyes are open, so many people have been open to the truth movement. They've become open about the corruption. Now, when you want to understand why this is going on, what is the big picture, I will tell you right now that William Cooper, he was shot actually in his front yard in Arizona by 2 police officers. William Cooper had one of the most famous historic radio shows of all time called The Hour of the Time. Look those up, those programs, and listen to them. Listen to what he teaches you, because that man had it almost all figured out. He did, and he reads. Many of his radio programs are nothing but him reading to you from their literature so you understand what they're doing. And it helps you put the pieces together. And this is what I've done, is I actually, when I go to bed at night, I listen to Cooper very often, if not most of the time. Oftentimes I will go to sleep listening to his radio broadcasts, because the more you listen, you just absorb and you get more of it, and you understand what this is all about. So that was my turning point, Kim. I got turned around. I got my 2x4 in the head. And I'm grateful and thankful that I wasn't arrogant about it. I was humble about it, and I said, okay, I'm going to take this seriously and follow this leading. And it has brought me to a place where I get it. I get the picture. I see what's going on, and I am so grateful. It's difficult to look at. You have to be very courageous, because just like these prophecies say, the evil that is in this world is unimaginable by your typical person, because it's so far from our nature. It's not something we would do, but it does exist, and we have to be brave enough to understand that it exists, but we can face it. we can live in this world and we can thrive in this world if we're not too proud to understand what's really going on around us.
Exactly, and that's why you heard it. That's why you felt it, because you were listening, basically. You were open.
Yeah, you have to be willing, you have to be open. You can't be proud. I mean, pride, a lot of times, like when I've spoken to people about this, I can see in their face they think I'm being proud. I can just I can see that they're maybe they're turned off when I'm talking about this. And then I'll respond and say, I want you to know something that this has nothing to do with pride, because pride is a waste of time. It doesn't mean you shouldn't be proud of your work. And unfortunately today we have these words mixed up, because when you say you're proud of your work, you're proud, what you're really saying is you care about your work. You do your work with care. You're proud of your family. What does it mean? It means you care about your family. We mix up these words a lot of times. And of course, pride can mean that you're proud of your family in the conventional ways as well. But pride, when it comes to your own learning, to yourself, being proud or trying to think that you really know a lot is a waste of time. Because one thing is really true, is that the more you learn about the world, the universe, science, the more you realize you don't know. This place is very complicated. The design, the way everything is constructed, everything in the world obeys rules. And that's what science is. Science is the process of discovering those rules. And when you discover and understand the rules, then you can begin to utilize them for your benefit. And this whole construct that we live in, this incredible system we live in, is based on sets of rules. And if we're going to learn those rules, if we're going to understand the world we live in, we have to stay humble.
Definitely.
Well, you've had some very interesting experiences. I guess you've had this since your childhood, right, Kim?
Yeah, I mean, it goes way, way back to elementary school. And since I was listening, that's my little term for it, listening, I ended up hooking up with, I've met so many wonderful people over the years that have had this situation happen. Everything happens for a reason, that's what they say, but there's going to be people around that, let's say, have their ears on. And so when that person, when they're in full intent on, God, what do I do about my career? And it's a thought and a feeling that overwhelms that individual. That person is just so consumed. What am I going to do? What do I do about my marriage? And they just keep asking themselves that question over and over and over. And it's so intense that they're projecting it. It's what they're basically doing. So it's like a, I don't know, electronic signals. You're basically projecting your thoughts out there. And if there are people that are around you that are receptive, they'll receive it, pick it up, process it, and respond. So whoever you were around, those people that were out there near your dwelling, that there was someone of that group who was perceptive, and they were hearing, Russ is worried about such and such. Russ has questions about such and such. And so they mulled it over and had some thoughts about it and shared it with you when they saw you. So you can connect religion with that, or you can connect people with that, or you can connect both. If they say God works in mysterious ways and he works through people, that would be accurate. Because if I was sitting there and each day I came in close contact with someone that was trying to mull something over, and it was an important choice or thought process in their life, or they were trying to come to some conclusions and decisions about where do I turn next, I would pick that up in a heartbeat. It would just come right to me, and I'd be like, oh, you're worried about such and such, aren't you? And I wouldn't come right out and say that, but there are some people that are receptive, and they can tune into other people's thoughts and feelings and emotions, and they can tell when someone's worried, they can tell when someone's angry, they can tell when someone's happy, and they can tell when someone's lying. They can tell when.
Well, I think it's one thing to be perceptive. I hear what you're saying, but a lot of people talk about karma, and I always want to talk about this publicly, because people say, well, what you do comes back to you at some future time. Karma understands your intentions, because if you intend something good, then something good will come back, even if it doesn't turn out good.
Yeah.
They talk about karma, but what I respond to that and saying is that, if there is such a thing as karma, then boy, it's processing and it's doing a lot of things. It must be awful smart because it must know our true intentions, even if things don't turn out right. It must be able to process terabytes of information. It must be able to have memory because it maintains this information over a process of time because something will come back to you in the future. It must be extraordinarily intelligent in order to discern uh, what the situation was, to discern how you're going to receive a reward or punishment for what you've been to. And it's kind of like, I look at it as God. I think when people talk about something like karma, I'm just using this as an example, they're kind of defacing, like they're taking the face off of God in a sense and saying, well, it's more like the Star Wars Force. And the funny thing is this is exactly what the mystery schools teach. This is the Luciferian teaching, is it's more of a force. You watch this is why I said earlier, I said you watch movies, you will see these things being taught to you. If you watch Saturday morning cartoons, is completely full. I don't watch Saturday morning cartoons, but I've been in a house where they've had them on recently, and everything was from the mystery schools. They were just teaching the children, and I'm just sitting there with my jaw open.
Oh gosh.
But not really. I mean, my jaw is open in an emotional way, but analytically, I'm looking at it and say that's exactly what they said they were going to do. And so, in the same way, when you watch Star Wars, they talk about the Force, and the Force, is something that you tap into, you know. And this is a mystery school, and this is kind of like the cosmic consciousness. This is like the shared consciousness that you hear about in a lot of what's called New Age teaching. The problem is that this is all part of the mystery school's Luciferian religion. That's what this teaching all comes from. And so this is why I said earlier that there are two separate. When you bake it all down, when you break all the pieces down, and you look at what's going on in the world today, you have two philosophies. Okay, you have the mystery school's philosophy, and then you have a biblical philosophy, and they are in direct opposition to each other.
Okay.
And a lot of people might say, well, you've got Mormons, and you've got Islam, and you've got all of these other religions and belief systems. But here's where you have to understand. This is right from their own teaching. This is not me saying this. This is if you understand the mystery school's teachings, they tell you that they were going to expose this to the public. They're going to teach them their own religion, but they're going to do it in a deceptive way. And this is exactly what's going on today in a big, huge way. Is if you look at the $1 bill, for instance, the way that they try to approach you is that here we have God on one side. He sets one truth before you and says, here is the way the world works. This is the standard. These are the rules, the underlying science, here's how it works. Here's the structure so that you know how to operate, you know how to function, you can live your life, things can go well for you. Here's the rule set of how everything works. And you should be like, great, wonderful, great. But here's what evil does. Evil comes and creates a smorgasbord of religions. They create atheism. They create all kinds of different, so you can choose whatever feels best. And then what they do is
I see what you're saying. Okay.
they condition society so that society is not intellectual anymore. They're more emotionally based. And you've watched this happen in commercials a whole bunch in the last 20 years, especially, that when people want to convince you to buy their product, it's not about, the performance of the product. It's about how it's going to affect your sex life, or it's about how it's going to bring you it's going to bring you happiness. And they set up what are called associations. And what they do is they have dumbed down society, both chemically and with psychological mechanisms, so that people are more emotional. And when you're emotional, you're more in a child state. You're not in a mature, grown-up state. You're in a state where you can't discern things as well, so you do it with your emotions. But the problem is, that's what children do. That's what you do before you developed your intellect. Children are much more purely emotional, but yet we're taught in movies and music that that's what we're supposed to be. We should be like children. Well, in a way, we should be like children in our faith, but we should not be like children in our intellect.
So they can create emotional people and then create
this is part of
prescription drugs to manage them.
Well, this is part of how they deceive you, is they dumb down people and then they make you more emotional, and then they create religions and belief systems, a whole smorgasbord of religions and belief systems that will appeal to every type of emotion. Doesn't matter who you are. I mean, there's something out there that will appeal to your emotion. So what happens is that so many people fall into the trap of becoming part of a system, of a belief system, because it feels right. And this philosophy is pushed today like crazy. And you can watch the movie Prometheus, for instance, from Ridley Scott, that was released, I think, a year ago or so, or a year and a half ago, which from the maker of Alien and Aliens, the very famous sci-fi movies. What do they say? And this is really pushed in this movie, where some little girl asks the professor, I think he was an archaeologist or something, said, he's saying what his belief system is. I believe that there's a higher power, and so on. And the little girl goes, why do you believe that? And he goes, because I choose to. And that is so incredibly evil, because they're pushing the philosophy of do it because you want. It feels right. It's your choice. But when we become mature, we should reach a point where we say, what we believe is not our choice. If we are truly humble to what the data is telling us, this is what a mature scientist does. This is why they call a scientist dispassionate, because he doesn't have a preconception or a pre-desire. He's dispassionate about what the outcome of his experiment is going to be. It doesn't matter to him. He's not looking for one or the other. He's looking for truth, whatever that is. And so he's dispassionate. So what we should do if we become mature, and of course the whole world system tries to make us immature and emotional and more childlike in our thinking, when we should be going the other way. Everybody says right brain, right brain, right brain. When I'm saying left brain, start thinking, start analyzing, start looking at it, because when you analyze it, all begins to make sense. So anyway, so you've got this smorgasbord of religions and belief systems that will appeal to every person's type of emotion. And so people start buying into these things and start investing themselves into it. But what I'm saying is that what's a much better way, if you really want to discern the truth, and talking about the process of discerning the truth here, is to say, and this is what I did when I was young, and I'm grateful. I'm not saying, that I'm great because I did this or I was super smart. I don't know why I took this position. Somehow I knew that this was the right way to do it, and it led me to the point where I get it, to where I see this big picture now, and I'm so grateful that it happened to me that way, and so I'm compelled to share it. That if we become mature and stop and make sure we don't use our emotions to let ourselves be pulled, because that's what seduction does. It pulls us in this direction or that, because this is appealing or that belief is appealing. And what the mystery schools does is try to appeal to your pride. You'll be part of an elite group if you join this fraternity, or you'll be part of a group. You'll get favoritism in your business. We're going to look at all those other people as profane. That's what they call people who are not believers or who aren't part of the Masonic. They're the profane people, so they're elite. So it appeals to your pride. But when we're looking for truth, pride has nothing to do with it. Emotion has nothing to do with it. It's about looking at the data. And this is what I've done in my life. Thankfully, I was capable of doing this despite mercury toxicity, and I saw how the world works and how it tries to how it's dumbing people down and pulling people into these belief systems. And I came across something very interesting, is that on our money we have this pluribus unum, which means in one or from one many. I'm not saying that right, but out of one many essentially is what it means. It's the Latin. If you look on your money. And what people have been taught is and I specifically remember being taught this in high school. They were saying, "Oh, that means that the America's the melting pot." But actually, that phrase comes from a mystery school's writer. That exact phrase is found and they describe what out of one many really means. You know what it means? And I'm not making this up. This is right from their own literature. And this is why it was put on there. If you look at the history of why the all-seeing eye and that Masonic symbolism was put on the dollar bill, Cooper has a whole outline that shows you right from the literature, or you can go on YouTube and there are some good research videos that have actually researched this and show you how right up to the presidency, the president at that time was, well, they were, mostly all of them were mystery schools, believed in this and they pushed for this. That phrase comes from a mystery schools. This is a Luciferian religion, and it means it's about Satan. It's about Lucifer. It's about their leader, and saying that what it means is out of many gods, it is actually one. And again, I'm not making this up. This is from their own literature. That's where that phrase comes from. It doesn't mean that America's the melting pot. It's talking about Lucifer.
Oh, okay.
And what he will do is we will present himself in many faces. He will be Hermes. He will be Mercury. He will be Zeus. He will be Jupiter. He will be Saturn. He will be blah, 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 and so on and so forth, Apollo. But it is all, he has created many of these because they appeal to the masses. But really, it is one. And this is the same thing when they're pulling people in religion. And what I'm boiling down in response to what you were talking about is that you were saying how people pick up because they're sensitive, is that in order for karma to take place, for example, you have to have someone listening, watching these situations so that they can discern what the intentions are, what the situation was, how is this going to be replayed in your life. It's extremely complicated. You're talking about karma must be this incredibly intelligent, omniscient, practically knows people's intents and thoughts, you know.
Yeah.
But what they're doing is they're kind of taking a step toward God, but they're making him like the Force in Star Wars. He's
like this massive machine, but
right. And what Edgar Casey, for instance, Edgar Casey, and I don't mean to insult anyone who likes Casey because he did a lot of good things and healed people, but the most damaging thing he did is he talked about the one consciousness. And today you have a lot of the leaders in the truth movement who talk about the consciousness or the Christ consciousness or the one consciousness. You have people like David Icke. I like to pick on him because he's an easy case because he lays it right out. If you research the stuff he teaches, it's right from the mystery schools. He's telling you all kinds of truth, just like the Zeitgeist movie did. Told you all kinds of truth, but has all of this mystery schools disinformation right in the front saying, oh, the Bible and Christianity is really astrotheology, which is a complete lie. It's a complete fabrication. They do an excellent job of lying to you because it's very convincing. But when you research it out, they're lying right through their teeth. They made the whole thing up. And in the same way, you have these teachers in the truth movement who lie to you, and they know they're doing it. They know they're doing it. And then they tell you a lot of truth about bloodlines and about conspiracies and about the families. And sure, there's a lot of truth there. But that's the way you always play it if you're trying to promote a big lie. And in the same way, when that woman at the end of the apartment stopped me and she answered the questions in the 3 orders, I don't really look at it like she picked up on something. I mean, to me, the amount, because I was an embedded systems developer, and I understand that when you have a system, which the world is a system, a plant is a system, it's a machine, incredible machine that converts dirt into enzymes and nutrients that your body can absorb and chelating factors and all kinds of stuff. It turns dirt into edible stuff. It's a machine that does that. And so somebody had to develop that. It was extremely intelligent, of course. In the same way, for that woman to know what I was praying and to understand and to repeat them in the order that I said it, I kind of view it as something deeper than picking up. And I understand about picking up. I've been there. I've been through that experience. I've picked up on things. I've been perceptive about people. I've had those kinds of relationships as well. But in this particular case, somebody had to know and perceive the content of what I was saying, what was being meant by that. There's a lot of communication that has to take place. It takes place outside the physical realm. It's not sound waves. There's something else going on. You know what I'm saying? And,
Oh, yeah.
and it leads us to the point of understanding that there's more to the eye than what we see.
They call it a collective consciousness, where enough people, if they can try to tune into people around them, they might be able to start making some changes. The karma that I learned about isn't a data collection company or a data collection source that is able to keep track of what your intent is and how the next decision will be made. It's basically the people that I've been learning from is it's just a ripple effect, meaning if you do the more good and kind, because they had this, oh gosh, I wrote my final exam essay on this. It had to do with, it was a karma experiment, and it had to do with the Good Samaritan. And they tested this group. They had 40 people, 10 men. I mean, no, wait a minute, 20. Let me see. Yeah, 20 men, 20 women. And then they would set the situation up to see how each would respond. And they would track down, how everyone responded. And what they basically decided was, with the situation, the more kindness efforts that the supposed Good Samaritans did, the person who was in the hardship that continued walking down the street would then in return do something kind for someone else. And they actually tested it. And I thought, that's awesome. I love it. They even did things like they would set up a person right before the actual situation. Like the person was supposed to have dropped a bunch of stuff on the ground. And then they would send a person in to walk by to see if the subject would stop and help or not. And what they would do is, before the person dropped the stuff, they'd send someone walking by that would smile, be kind and friendly, and keep going. They measured it all out, and then they had situations where they had the person drop the stuff and there was no kindness beforehand. So the person that hadn't received any kindness beforehand, in some cases, was a Good Samaritan, and in actually more than 50% of the cases were not a Good Samaritan. So what they basically concluded was, the more positive that you put out there, the more positive that you're going to create, just as a simple reaction.
Well, I think, yeah, I totally agree with that. When you're dealing directly with people, I mean, that's just psychology. I mean, when you, people's subconscious brain works on a basis of association. So if you
I think that's what they were trying to explain.
Well, this is exactly why if you go to watch, like if you're in California, you go watch the filming of a sitcom, what happens? For the first half hour, they're going to have a comic come up. And what is it called? It's called warming up the audience. A comic will come up and get you in the mood to laugh. They will get you. They're changing your blood chemistry. They're changing your attitude so that when the sitcom plays, you're going to laugh at anything. I mean, you're already hilarious. You're already, and that's psychology. But when I had this experience, for instance, let me talking about the collective consciousness. This is right out of the mystery school's religion. This is the thing that I try to raise people's awareness about, is that when you boil all of the world down, you come down to two systems. And they're two systems of salvation, because you've got the mystery schools people. These are the power brokers today. These are what we call the elites. These people believe that they're going to live forever. And this has been promised to them through spiritual channeling. I'm not making this up. This is from their own literature. Professor Walter Veith, actually, his father, he's a lecturer and teaches this stuff. His father actually was a messenger, somebody who would carry these messages securely from the channelers to the world powers, to presidents, to world leaders, to magistrates. And so what they would do is they would get messages from these channelers, and then these messages would be delivered. Now, when we're talking about collective consciousness, what the mystery school's religion is teaching the public, trying to convince the public, is that this collective consciousness, just like Edgar Cayce, this collective consciousness is something that we can tap into, kind of like the Star Wars movie. The thing is that when we boil it all down, we see two systems. Like I was saying before, we have the mystery school's religion, and then we have the biblical system. And the mystery school religion is all encompassing of. They have created many religions. They have created secret societies, all kinds of things to appeal to human emotion. And then you've got the biblical side of it. And the biblical side of it, the biblical prophecies expose all of this. But one of the things that the mystery schools have done, the Luciferians have done, is they mimic everything in the Bible. Whenever in the Bible there's this concept of having the mind of Christ. And so what the mystery schools people have done is develop this concept of Christ consciousness. But again, it's kind of like this force you tap into, so to speak, in a conceptual way. But that's not what it really means in the Bible. But again, it's mimicking the Bible. They take these concepts and then they mold them into something unpersonal, because the Luciferians, the mystery school people, believe that Lucifer is God. And I'm not making this up. This is right out of their own literature. They say that there is Adonai and there is Lucifer, and they are both gods. And some sects, some divisions of the mystery schools actually believe that Lucifer and God are brothers. In fact, the Mormons believe this. And I'm not making this up. Many Mormons don't even know this, that this is actually part of their doctrine. When you get deeper in their doctrine, they actually teach this, and I know this firsthand. Anyway, the two philosophies is that both sides, the biblical side and the mystery school side, both believe in salvation. These elites believe that they're going to be saved because they've been promised this by Lucifer. And the way that they achieve this salvation is through knowledge. In other words, through technology. And what their belief is that Satan has given these people all of this incredible technology and knowledge through the years. And again, this is from their literature, not me saying this. And through this technology, they will attain eternal life. Okay? The Bible side of it says eternal life is through faith. So here are the two sides. These are the two philosophies in the world today. Salvation, eternal life through faith, and the other one is eternal life, salvation through knowledge, i.e. technology. Now, if you go back and you look at the writings of some of these greats, like that you've been taught about in high school. Let's take. I think it's Plato. It's either I think it's Plato, not Aristotle. But some of these people that you learn about, who are the great philosophers, the scientists of their time, actually have written in their writings. Now, listen to this. This is absolutely mind-blowing. That the knowledge that they attained was given to them by an entity. Tesla. Everybody talks about how a great genius Tesla was. Okay? Tesla wrote that many of these ideas, much of the knowledge that he attained was given to him by a dark figure that would hover over his head when he was studying. Again, I'm not making this up. And this is not the stuff you hear about, because the mystery schools people don't want you to see the spiritual side of this. They want you to see the force side of it. They want you to see the impersonal force type of side of it. Today you have rock bands, AC/DC, right? They write music. But what do they tell you? Watch some of their interviews. They don't write the music, they say. They say it kind of writes itself. In fact, there's a guy in the room, or there's a dark figure in the room when we're writing songs, and he gives us ideas. Watch these rap music, and you can go on YouTube and you can hear all these quotes. This has been fully exposed. These people have been caught on tape saying these things. Many rappers who make the Illuminati symbol or the pyramid symbol on stage, or the hand signal that a lot of people call the goat Mendy signal, which is actually borrowed from Islam, but
they're very proud of it because they feel that's part of their gift, and they talk about it. Hey, so I have this second personality, or this person that comes over me, and I can. And they're making money. That's all that matters.
Well, you know what? And that money's called rain. And you know what they actually call that figure in the room? You know who they call it? They call it the Rain Man.
Yeah.
It's called the Rain Man. Do you remember the Tom Cruise movie called Rain Man?
Oh, heck yeah.
What was the Rain Man? He was the man who brought rain, who brought something to this other person. If you listen to some of the rap music, it says the Rain Man, the Rain Man. If you watch some episodes written by David, what was the writer who wrote the older shows like Ally McBeal, you'll see some of the episodes where they talk about the Rain Man, where he made it rain. What is the rain? The rain is the riches. When you sell your soul, you heard about the musicians who sell their soul. right?
Oh yes, I've been down that road.
Okay, well, you have people like Bob. God, I forgot. I'm having such a sugar low because haven't had it. I can't
Bob
remember.
Dylan,
Bob
and
Dylan. Bob Dylan was on 60 Minutes, and if you listen carefully to that video, the 60 Minutes interviewer says, "Who'd you sell your soul to?" Essentially,
oh yeah,
and he says he starts to say, "I sold my soul to the." He starts to say D, and they edit it. They cut
yeah.
away, and then it comes back, and they edit it, and he says the big man, the architect. He said something like the architect or something. Which they don't let the word devil into the interview. They actually edit it out. You can hear him say
Right.
the D as part of the phrase. The point I'm getting to by all this is that whether it's Plato or many of these so-called greats of the past who had all this great astronomical knowledge, scientific knowledge, they were way ahead of their time, whether it was the ancient civilizations that we've discovered who have all this incredible knowledge, right? We have modern day rock bands who say the dark figure in the room is present when we're writing, and they really write the songs. That's where the ideas come from. Or you have people like Tesla who are considered geniuses. He even attributes the knowledge that he got to the dark figure that hovered over his head. And when people, and what I'm getting to all this is I earlier talked about that there's two philosophies. There's a philosophy that salvation comes from faith, and then there's the counterfeit philosophy that salvation, i.e. eternal life, comes from knowledge. And where does that knowledge come from? The dark figure, the
That's what
Lucifer.
I want to know.
That's what humanism is. This is from their own words, humanism. If you watch the movie The Advocate that had Al Pacino in it, it had that younger actor that was also in The Matrix. What's his name?
Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves was in it. It was a very well-made movie. If you know the mystery schools and you watch that movie, it will make your skin crawl. Because at the end, when Al Pacino is giving his dissertation, he says, "I'm a humanist. I'm a fan of man." He is preaching the mystery school's religion in his dissertation. Yeah. And people have to understand that the whole world, all the governments, all the highest positions have been taken over by this, and they're selling this. Here's what they're selling: salvation by knowledge. And the way they're presenting it to the public is science. Science will solve all of our problems. Now, they don't come out in the public, because the public would think it's weird if they were saying salvation by knowledge. It would be too obvious and weird and awkward for the public. So they're introducing the concept by saying science is going to solve all of our problems. It's going to let us live forever. They even say that. You can find articles in the mainstream magazine saying that that's going to bring our eternal life is going to be brought through science. They're preaching the mystery school's religion in that, and making everybody buy into it exactly like Helena Blavatsky in the late 1800s, early 1900s, Annie Besant, and the other mystery schools writers who codified all of this information in their books said that they would. They're doing exactly what they said they would, and they're teaching this to the public in different forms so that it appeals to the widest number of people as possible. And the one thing that's in opposition to that entire belief system that is there to seduce people into thinking that these people, and if you understand, if you look at the world today and your eyes have been open, you see the corruption. These people have no interest in saving other people. These people lie to their own people. Their interest is in saving themselves, and being at the top of the power structure. Everybody else can die off and, wilt and have no future as far as they care. But they have to convince the people that they really have something. The Rain Man really is it'll give you riches and power now, and then later Lucifer, the one you sell your soul to, is going to bring you eternal salvation. But you got to live by the rules. You got to do what you're told to do. So when Angelina Jolie is told she needs to go have a mastectomy, or at least pretend she has, whether or not she has, because that's what she's told to do, and in return she's going to get riches and fame and fortune. And I don't know her personally, so I don't mean to pick on her, but that's an example of a very likely situation where she's been dictated the role she needs to play. And these people, some of the rappers have come out and they will tell you, you're told who your relationships are going to be with, whether you're going to be straight or gay, what kind of music you're going to play, Everything in your life is dictated. Michael Jackson came out in a talk you can see on YouTube, and he talked about how every detail of this life is dictated to you. You know, when you give yourself over to that and you allow yourself to be part of that system,
they become a puppet. Basically, you do what you're told, and if you don't, you're going to end up in the tabloids.
Exactly. And my bottom line warning to people is that this when you get at the top and you look down at the big picture and you understand what this is all about, and again, you know, there's still people listening to the phone call, there's still people on the stream listening to this stuff. This is information that's far away from geoengineering in a way. Yeah. But when you understand the big picture, it all makes perfect sense. Just like Revelation 18:23 says that they will poison, they will pharmakia, they will drug and poison the people of the nations by their sorcery. The great merchants of the earth will do this. Why? Because they're bringing in the final kingdom, the new world order. And what is the new world order? The new world order is the world system by which Lucifer rules. And if you look in Revelation 13, chapter 13, what does it say at the end of chapter 13? No man, the beast, which is a reference to this world system, will force every person, rich, small, slave, poor, to take a mark on their right hand or their forehead. Unless you take that mark, you will not be able to buy or sell. What did Aaron Russo in an interview? He was talking to Alex Jones, and he revealed in an interview that Aaron Russo had a friendship with one of Rockefeller brothers who was approaching him and trying to bring him in to politics in Chicago. Because Aaron Russo, who was the founder of Restore the Republic, and he made the film, the tax film, forgot what it's called. My mind is so low sugar right now. Aaron Russo said that the Rockefellers told him firsthand, we're going to put a chip in everybody. Aaron asked him, said, what is the goal of all this? I mean, what are you guys doing? What's this all about? We're going to chip everybody right from the Rockefellers' mouth. Thank you, Aaron Russo, for being brave enough to tell everybody about this in your interview. We're going to put a chip in everybody. And if those people don't toe the line, if they don't obey, we're going to turn their chip off and they won't be able to buy or sell anything. They'll starve to death. They can no longer be part of the system, and without the system, you'll starve to death. So they're making
either that or cut their benefits off. Like, you know, if you're on welfare and they say, you know, if you're not going to cooperate, you're going to lose your food stamps, for example, and then I can't feed my family.
That's exactly right, because the Uniform Commercial Code has the stipulation that if you receive a benefit or privilege from an entity, then you are bound by the contract that's associated in the contract with that exercising of the benefit or privilege. So if you're receiving benefits, they use the word benefits and privileges because those are the two words that are in the Uniform Commercial Code. You're exactly right.
Right.
But what I'm saying in this in getting down to this the whole idea of the world system, you will have a mark. The mark. Now, what is the word mark? If you look at the etymology of the word in Revelation 13 of the word mark, it actually comes from the word which means to look like a fence. What did fences look like in the old days? They looked like vertical boards, right? Well, think about what a picket fence looks like. Can you think of anything that looks like?
A UPC code.
That's right. That's right. And if you accept this mark on your right hand or your forehead, you have accepted the world system. That is your final rejection of Yahweh's system, of the system of God. You've accepted the counterfeit system, and there is no salvation for you. So you must not receive that mark, no matter what the cost. Your soul depends on it. That is your final. That's why true knowledge is important, because if you reject truth and you buy into the emotionally enticing world system that promises salvation through knowledge, you're going to lose the very thing that they promised to give you. In Revelation 23, what does it say the numbers that will be in that mark?
I don't know yet.
The most famous numbers in the Bible. You probably heard it in old movies like, well, you may not have watched those because I know you're sensitive.
Besides the triple sixes?
666, right. Well,
Oh, okay.
what is 6? I know some people say, oh, that's the carbon atom. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of interesting symbolism because these were all created, all this stuff was created by the same person. We're carbon units. You watch the first Star Trek movie, carbon units. You watch, this all goes together. It's all written in there because it's all uh, being revealed to you in the context of the mystery schools. But if you understand the mystery schools, you can pull the useful knowledge out and
Don't tell me it's Baphomet again. He's a bastard.
Okay, so 666. If you look at a barcode, many people have heard about this. Is that the number 6 is actually encoded in the left, in the right, in the center of a barcode, and it's technically it's not the number 6. It's actually a synchronization band. Is what happens is when that laser scans an item at the grocery store, you're never able to get that item perfectly perpendicular to the scanning laser. It's going to be at an angle a little bit. It's going to be tilted. It's going to be off a little bit. So what you have to do in electronics is you have to have a reference. So you can reference the left side of the UPC symbol, you reference the middle, and you reference the right side. So what happens is that laser goes across, it measures the time it takes to pass the black stripe, the white stripe, and the black stripe. Then it goes across a bunch of numbers, and then it meets another black stripe, white stripe, and black stripe in the middle, and then that laser continues. Of course, this is happening many times a second, but that laser continues off to the right side, and there's a black stripe, a white stripe, and a black stripe. And what it does is it does an internal calibration and says, wow, it took so many microseconds for me to pass from black stripe to black stripe on the left side, but it took more milliseconds to pass on the right side. Therefore, I'm going to apply an algorithm that actually, when I'm reading the rest of the barcode, on the right side, I'm going to expect the bars to be a little bit wider. And I'm going to do that in proportion to the difference between the time it took to scan the left 6 with the right 6, and the center 6 will be a reference in the middle. So that's the reason. It's so that you can hold the barcode at an angle and you can still read it with your laser scanners. That's the whole point of the 6, 6, and 6. Now, so those aren't really called 6s in the UPC system, but they actually are 6s when you look at what the size of the stripes. They actually are 6s. Okay, so this was written how many thousands of years ago, and it said no man may buy or sell unless you receive a mark in your right hand or forehead, and the mark, the number or the number of his name. There's a couple things, and the number that's referenced in that verse is 666. This is not coincidence. This is called prophecy. These things were foretold in the future to warn people who were humble enough to listen, who weren't proud, who were humble enough to listen, so that you won't take that mark and that your soul can be saved, not by knowledge as the mystery schools purport, but by faith as Yahweh, the God of the Bible, who gave you this evidence. He foretold these things so that there's so many people say, oh, there's no evidence. The evidence is all over the place. The evidence is absolutely overwhelming if anyone's willing to look at it. You just have to be willing to actually look at it. So that's all about that. The famous number 666. People know what's going on with that. And thanks to Aaron Russo for tying that together directly with the Rockefellers, who told us that they're going to put a chip in you, and if you are an undesirable person, they'll just shut your chip off, and you no longer have any money. You can't buy or sell. You don't have access to your bank accounts. You're cut off from the system. You need to go move out into the woods and survive. That's the only thing you can do to survive.
That's what a couple of different friends of mine was telling me about, because one friend lives in a different country, and so they see things, like they'll get the same news that we do, but it's a little bit different. And they're thinking, because I'm on welfare, and I'm a college student also, so I'm in the system big time hardcore. So if they say to me, if you want to continue benefits, which means I'd lose my apartment, I'd lose everything if they cut that off.
Right.
If they say, if you want to continue to receive benefits, you need to get this injection. You need to get this chip. It's easier for us. We can process your benefits, blah, blah, blah. You can get your groceries this way, so on and so forth. If they say that to me and I say, hell no, then I've got 30 days to move out and find a new food source.
That's right. That's
That's
right.
the choice that people will have to make, you know. I mean, when I first heard about this, there was 200 New Yorkers. What month was this? Oh, I've got it written. I have it written down. It's in my information file. 200 New Yorkers just walked right up and just volunteered. They just said, you know, hey, if this makes my driver's license easier, renew my driver's license, renew my registration every year. I'll go for it. It'll save me the $4 fee, blah, blah, blah. They basically tell you, here, we're going to invade your privacy, and so on, but it's convenient, and here's why. And they fall for it. You got to either fall for it or not fall for it. And so that's why I'm trying to, like the activism thing I was talking to you guys about earlier, I'm trying to get people to find out what their gifts are, find out what they're willing to do, what they're not willing to do, because it's coming down to a point where we need to be able to support each other, because there are going to be some people that are going to need to lean on you. And there are going to be some situations where you're going to want to support people that need to lean on you. Are you going to be a leaner? Are you going to be a supporter? There's going to be both. I want to be a supporter, but I'm also in a position of I'm going to be a leaner. I'm going to, if I refuse certain situations that have been predicted to happen, if I refuse to participate, I'm going to lose everything.
Right.
Do I have enough with what I am and who I am to be salvaged? Will someone salvage me? Will someone pick me up out of the hole, pull me out of the raging river and say, Kim, over here, over here? We're growing our own garden. We've got a well. Will someone do that? I think they might. And I think that we need to think about reaching out to each other. We're kind of preparing for the worst. Where we live, because I'm in northern New England, we prepare for the worst all the time because we live through some really wicked winters. We lose power several times throughout the year because of snowstorms and stuff. So there's certain ways that we can live off grid for, let's say, 6 to 8 hours. We can do good. And then you get towards summer months, if you're heading in the tornado belt, they need to go without power sometimes 1, 2, and 3 days. So people are adjusting. But the way now that the geoengineering is going is these weather disasters are creating havoc in places that don't normally have havoc. They're creating situations during times that this stuff's not happening. So, a lot of people are in emergency states because, like I can plan for 2 months in winter. We're going to every single gallon of milk we drink in Gatorade, we're going to rinse it out and pour water in it. We'll put it on the porch. I could have 52 bottles of water frozen on my porch. And when we lose power, everything in my fridge is safe for 3 days, literally. But I can plan for that. But with geoengineering, engineering is the thing. They're engineering around whatever their agenda is. And so people aren't as able to plan for it. They're not as able to prepare. They don't know exactly what to expect and when to expect it. It's all this last minute crap. So
yeah.
I really do encourage everybody to please reach out, and if you're like I am and you have certain things that you do to prepare for disasters, don't exactly share it with the whole neighborhood, but people that you do care about, let them know, if anything happens, you can come here. Please let people know. I think that's important.
Yeah, absolutely. Working together is going to be real critical to get through a time like this. And I've said a lot of things tonight that are really far reaching, that really go all the way down the rabbit hole. And I'm a researcher. I love going down the rabbit hole. I want to know why things work the way they do, what makes them work the way they do, which is how I've finally come to this information. And I want to say one thing to tie the end of this all together is people often ask the question, why are they geoengineering? Just like rock stars, I call the politicians today rock star politicians. And the reason is because these high-level rock stars who've attained this incredible fame because they sold their soul. They made a contract. They made a deal. Said, you give me fame and fortune, just like just like on the 60 Minutes program I talked about a minute ago. Um, the system will give you fame and fortune, and in return, you have to do everything I tell you to do, but you're going to get all the pleasures of life and everything. The bottom line is that, and this was exposed by by Professor Walter Veith, who goes around the United States and lectures about this, and very few people have heard of him, but if you research, you'll eventually find him and you'll put these pieces together, is that the elites receive instructions about what to do by automatic writers, by what are called spiritual writers or automatic writers. And I've actually seen automatic writers firsthand. These are people who allow themselves to be taken over by spirits, and they write, and they don't know what they're writing, but the things they write are oftentimes they'll reveal information that cannot be attained by regular humans. They'll tell you your daughter, in fact, this is one thing that happened, is your daughter is going to wake up and come out of her room in 3 minutes. And that actually happened. And, whatever, things that they couldn't control, obviously the people doing the writing. So there was some other dimension, just like there was some out of band, out of the physical realm communication when I was asking God questions in my bed, when I gave you my testimony of what happened to me, and the women down on the other end of the apartment complex who answered my questions the next day, I call it out of band, because there was no sound transmission between this realm and that realm. There was some other method of communication that is outside the natural, i.e. supernatural. It was above nature. It was beyond this realm. And in the same way, those writers have written things that give commands to the elites as to what to do. And this is really critical information if you want to put this whole situation together and understand what on earth is going on in the world today. You have to understand that the goal of the elites is salvation through knowledge, through technology, salvation through knowledge. When spiritual writing takes place and they receive their commands, you have to ask yourself, well, where are those commands coming from? Now, you may be familiar with Aleister Crowley, who had 666 on his forehead. He was declared himself one of the most evil, or the most evil man in history. He declared himself the Antichrist at the time he was living. In fact, one of the members of Led Zeppelin actually bought his house I believe it's in Scotland, if I remember right. I might have my facts wrong, forgive me, but I believe it was in Scotland, because Led Zeppelin are certainly part of this. You can look at their albums and see all the symbology on their old albums. Of course, at that time... They
did. I actually know what you're talking about. I just looked that up about, it was Friday, and I'd looked that all up.
Very good, very good. Well, Aleister Crowley actually wrote the Book of the Law, and he actually says that book was written through him by an entity called AWAS. And he actually drew pictures of the entity, and the entity was he believes it was like one of these guided supermaster guides, one of these ascended masters is what sometimes they're referred to in New Age talk. And what the Bible warns us about is said that these spirits will come to you, these evil spirits, demons, demonic spirits who are followers of Lucifer in the other realm, in the other dimension, who will all be burnt, all be thrown in the lake of fire, destroyed one day, who have left their first estate, their okaterion, which was their body, which is what believers are inheriting. This is when Christ says, I go to prepare a place for you where you not can come, but you can come later. He's talking about the okaterion. If you look at the Greek word, the okaterion is the same word that's used that the demons left. And if you ever watched the movie with called City of Angels, I believe it's called, with what's his name and what's her name, the girl and the guy. It's about an angel who leaves his body and comes down to earth and has a relationship because he falls in love with this girl.
Yeah, Michael.
Well, Michael's the one with John Travolta. I think you're right. But it's not that.
Oh, you're talking about the other one.
Yep. I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the actor's and actress's name. But anyway, he comes down, he leaves his body. Well, in the Bible, it's so funny because if you understand all of this stuff, that movie has a lot more significance because there are details in that movie that the general public doesn't even understand. But the bottom line is the Bible says that those demons who followed Lucifer left their first estate. And that first estate is the word okaterion, which is their supernatural body. It's a super, I don't know, I don't really, there's not a lot of detail given about it, but it is your robe. It is the thing that covers your soul. It is your, just like right now, we're not bodies, we are souls that are within a vehicle. This vehicle is a machine. If you look at it, you have tendons, you have an electrical system, you have a computer brain that controls it all, you have sensory organs to give you feedback. It's an incredible machine. It's symmetrical. It reproduces itself. It's absolutely astonishing machine. But this is just a temporary structure. This is nothing compared to the super machine, the okaterion, which those believers who are accepted by God by faith in Christ will inherit, which is called the okaterion. Well, this okaterion is the robe, it's the covering, it's the body that the demons left, just like in that movie City of Angels. He left his body to be with a woman. And this is what they did because they were coerced by Lucifer to do this thing. Now the reason
by passion and all the other.
Right. It actually, yeah, the word that's used in the Bible that coerced him was by his merchandising.
Oh.
Which actually means it's like a seduction. It's like it's like self-promotion. He promoted himself to be like God, which is funny because that's exactly what the Luciferians believe. They believe that Lucifer is God.
Yeah.
And so you have two belief systems in the world. You have, and people, I know people immediately will say, "You're wrong, Russ. You're wrong, Russ." They're not. But if you look at all of these belief systems, that's what it comes down to. They're all the same except one. And I don't, and I don't mean to bash other people's religions and belief systems. All I ask you to do is take a dispassionate view like I did. You don't care what the truth is. You just want to know what it is. You don't have a preconceived bias. You're not going to be seduced. You just want to know what the truth is. And if you do that, you will uncover the same thing that me and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people have done in the past. And you will see this. But what I'm getting to anyway is that Aleister Crowley wrote a book called The Book of the Law. And in that book was spiritually written, and it was, and this is his claims, that Aiwass was the one who wrote it. There are many other people who are involved with the mystery schools who actually did spiritual writing, and they wrote complete books. There's one called Astaria, if I'm getting the right, that's what she calls herself. But she's kind of a celebrity in the New Age movement, and she had an entity who wrote for her called Dwal Kul. That's what she later called this person. DK was the original reference, I believe. Actually, that was Annie Besant. I'm sorry, that was the successor to Helena Blavatsky. Dwal Kul. I think Ashtaria had the same entity. But anyway, Ashtaria actually says this entity came to me and was beautiful. It was beautiful. I said, "What is your name? Or what are you here for? What is your name? What are you here for?" But what the scripture says is that these beings, these demonic beings, will come to you as angels of light. And she describes how it was like this being was sparkly. It looked like it had, like when you shake one of those little containers full of little pieces of foil in the light, and it sparkles. It just sparkled, and said, "Oh, you're so beautiful." And this was someone in the New Age movement who was saying this. And so my bottom line in saying all this is that people need to understand that there have been writings that have been written through spiritual writing, or so what some people call automatic writings, that you let a being take over your body and you write things and you don't even know what you're writing. And today it manifests. And today this is done with music, where musicians will let the Rain Man, which is the demonic being, the Rain Man will write their music for them or give them ideas or inspire them. Where you have Tesla that had the dark being over his head, you have AC/DC that had the dark figure in the room that gives them their musical talents and ideas. You have this stuff going back to the old, the Plato, who wrote about the dark figure that gave him knowledge. The more you research this, you keep finding these dark figures that give people knowledge. And then you also learn about all these books, like the Book of the Law through Crowley, that was written through automatic writing. Now here's the linchpin in the whole thing, and I'm about to tell you something that very few people have heard before because they haven't put all the pieces together. And here it is that these writings that Dr. Walter, or Professor, I keep calling him Doctor, but Professor Walter Veith, his father, delivered were spiritual writings. And these writings came from the Luciferian hierarchy through spiritual methods, through automatic writing, through spiritual writing. And the Bible talks about these and calls them doctrines of demons. It says, do not obey, do not have anything to do with these doctrines of demons, for they'll seduce you into their belief system. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what it says. But what the elites have done is they have, through centuries, had tremendous power. And this power, they recognize, was given to them through the knowledge of controlling people that was given to them through the Luciferian hierarchy. So that's what, when you learn about the mystery schools, it is largely focused on the control of people. How do you control large groups of people? Because they believe that Lucifer is their rain man. So these handful of very, very powerful people at the top of this power structure have made a deal. They themselves are rock star politicians, rock star businessmen. They've sold their souls and says, we will do what you want us to do, but we want to maintain our position and our power, and you give us the knowledge we need to have eternal salvation. And I'm not, again, this is not me saying this. This is what they say when you look deep in their writings. The problem is what they do is when they disperse a lot of this mystery school information, they're dispersing false information to deceive the public. That's what a lot of it focuses on. It's about controlling the public through deception. And this idea of for instance, of being able to create your own reality. I see this all the time online right now on Facebook. People talk about creating your own reality. This is from the mystery schools. This is not something you can do. And if you want to believe, people want to believe that, that's your business. But what I'm encouraging people to do is learn where that came from. That belief system is part of the lie system that's taught to the masses to seduce you, to make you feel special and powerful, to make you buy into this belief system. They want you to believe you are divine. In fact, that's what the five-pointed star is. The five-pointed star is the star of human divinity. You know, you've got the 5 points. You've got the head, the 2 feet, and the 2 arms. And Da Vinci drew that. You can see in the Da Vinci, that goes back to the Da Vinci Code. This is all, the Da Vinci Code is even part of this as well. The Da Vinci Code is a movie that teaches you the lies that the mystery schools want to teach you, the doctrines of demons that all come from this belief system. Anyway, so these elites at the very top have made this bargain. They have maintained their families in the power at the top of the power structure in the world for many, many years by selling their soul. In exchange, they got information that they could use to control the masses, which is what the mystery schools religion is largely about, lies to control the masses. The Bible calls it doctrines of demons. And that's why they do what they do. And somewhere, I'll bet you, if it's, and this is my speculation, this is not coming from their literature anymore. Stuff I've told you so far is from their own writings if you search enough to find it. My speculation is this, is that chemtrails is a method. Now, chemtrails are happening for many reasons. They do weather control. They are involved in that. They're involved in HAARP for the propagation of electromagnetic waves through the air, inducing earthquakes. All of these things, whether it's weather control, whether it's earthquakes, whether it's psychotronic signals or frequencies that actually affect your personality, all of these things are about control. Another one of the reasons for chemtrails is dumbing people down for the purpose of control. And I'll be willing to bet that these technologies, we have an electron microscope picture of the fibers that came from chemtrails on the Global Skywatch website right now that was posted by someone who volunteers with Clifford Carnicom. And it's a very, very fine picture of the fibers. We're talking about advanced technologies that the public can't even conceive yet. The public can't comprehend technologies that are 20, 30, 40 years beyond what they see before them. The elites are doing this for the purpose of control, and they're making their move now. I've said that a couple times in our after talks when we've had these long talks. They're making their move right now. They're being very bold because we're about to enter the last kingdom that the Bible talks about, which is going to be very short-lived, but it's going to be a very difficult time on earth. And the reason I know this is because we have the signs. The Bible says to look for the signs. What do we have? We have the Arabah, which is the desert that surrounds the Dead Sea, which is now being used to grow food. We have the discovery of the aquifer. We have the Dead Sea salinity changing. We have the Dead Sea that is changed into two separate bodies of water. We have now they're starting to push the mark. They want to put the chip in you. They want to use this UPC technology to track everybody so that you're part of the system, so you can buy or sell. All of this stuff is virtually in place, and they're going to be implementing this in the extreme near future. That is the big picture. These elites at the very top believe that they're getting eternal salvation. They're lying to everybody below them, promising them fame, fortune, riches. Depends on what level you're at. If you're a musician, hey, fame, fortune, women, drink, whatever you want, just do what we tell you to do. That's how they control that layer of people. People on a higher layer, maybe politicians who know more, they have access to more information, but they're still not at the highest level. Oh, they're promised, re-election, security, lots of money, wine, women, and song as well, because that's what they like too. And they always have information to blackmail these politicians. That's another part of their control mechanism. So there's people at different layers that have different belief systems, but they're all controlled by similar mechanisms, by making contracts with them. You do this for us, we'll do this for you. And if you obey or you try to break out, you'll get the death penalty. This is what happened with Kennedy. Kennedy did not go into the Bay of Pigs. Kennedy would not do the false flag. I think it was called Operation Paperclip. He signed Executive Order 11110, which reinstituted lawful money, the silver certificates. First thing Johnson did in his first legal act was a rescission of the Executive Order 1110. So we went back to fiat money immediately. So there were some silver certificates that were printed that were really backed by silver. He bucked the system. He said, I'm not going to do it. And they took him out, and they did it publicly to make a spectacle of him as a warning to other people in the past. And in their own writings, they say you'll drink the poison cup, the way that will assassinate you if you don't obey, poison cup, the bullet, the assassin's bullet, or a couple other means. And sure enough, he took the assassin's bullet, and they did it in public. So this is the big picture that I want to share with everybody, because I want to share this information that I found and I've discovered through all of this research I've done while I still have a chance to, because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be doing this Monday night broadcast. I'm not saying it's going away right away, but I'm just going to warn you right now. I don't know how much longer this will go on. We're going to have some changes in the future in the world scene that are going to be very difficult, and it's my conviction inside myself that I need to put this all into a big picture for everybody and put it in a recording. It's going to be posted later tonight, so you can share it, copy it, do with it whatever you want, so people see the big picture. A lot of this is very hard to swallow for people. It's very hard to swallow because they don't believe in automatic writing. They don't believe in the spiritual realm. The only reason you don't believe it is you haven't experienced it. Let me tell you something. If you experience it, then boy, you're going to believe it, because there's a lot more to this world than what you see. Nevertheless, if you doubt the brilliance of the true creator, of the God of the Bible, of Yahweh, then look at your human body. I used to do this as a kid. I used to look at my hands and my arms and realize that when I moved my finger, there was an electrical signal that went down that stimulated a muscle that was connected to a tendon that was connected to the bone that moved that finger. And all of this was controlled by my brain so that it interfaced my will with my physical body. And I started to realize that there was something very profound going on here. And when I started studying this stuff, it helped me put all the pieces together. That's the reason that I've been ranting so long tonight. This night has been completely different than any other recording night that I've done. We've gone way off topic of geoengineering, but really we're not off topic because geoengineering comes from the mystery school Luciferians for the purpose of control, whether they control people by weather, by psychotronic or technotronic frequency-based mind-altering or mood-altering technology, by earthquake or other earth-altering technologies, or by the simple drugging, dumbing down effect that it has. I want people to understand that there are two world systems that are in opposition to each other. The world system that's going to offer you a chip or a mark on your right hand or forehead is going to be eliminated in a few years at the second return of Christ. Says his feet will land on the Mount of Olives. He will come down, enter into the east gate of the temple, which has been blocked up. He was the last person to exit. He'll be the first one to exit. It was excavated about 10, 15, 20 years ago. The east gate is still blocked up. Nobody's walked through it yet. When he comes down, his feet hit the Mount of Olives, there will be a big earthquake. The Mount of Olives splits in two. Incidentally, there's a huge fault line that runs through there, an enormous fault line. So now we have some science backing up that this actually could happen. We've got the scene already set for this. We've got the Dead Sea prophecies about splitting in two. We've got the Araba prophecies about the desert surrounding the Dead Sea that will become a place to grow, a very fertile growing land, which is already happening for the past 20 years. It's growing. And we have countless other prophecies that have already come true or are coming true. And in most churches, you're not going to hear this stuff. But I've done my research. I've researched hard. I've been very thankful to learn the things that I've learned. I don't credit myself. I believe that we are led to these things. And Dr. David Ayub gave one of the best lectures I've ever heard on the Mercury connection with autism. That's posted on the Orbis Vitae website. Actually says the same thing. He says I was just led to this stuff. He says he says right out. He said God must have led me to this stuff. It's just amazing the stuff that I came across and how I came across it. That I maintain a position of thankfulness and gratefulness that I have been able to not only acquire this information, but now that I have this information, I have a responsibility to share it. Some of this information will be ridiculed. Some of this information will be taken seriously. I'm interested in those who are humble, those who are willing to listen and understand that I'm not some kook who made things up, but I'm someone who has researched, who has put the pieces together, and I see the big picture. And I'm not the first one. There have been many people who have done this, who've seen the big picture. I've done it with the help of the people before me who have put many of the pieces together and see that this is a world system that is being put together by a group of people who are in league with an entity that they themselves call Lucifer. They admit it themselves. They have their spiritual writers who are guiding them and giving them commands, and they are oppressing the common people like you and me through all kinds of technological means so that they can maintain their power, make their final move into a kingdom that they believe they will never be overturned. Once they implement the New World Order socialistic kingdom, laws, governments, the flow of money, the economics will be set up in such a way that nobody will ever be able to rise up and overtake them. And then they're going to start degrading humans into what you call transhumanism, where they will start putting chips in your brain for more control. They will make you more efficient. If you go out, you can see articles that have come out about research about making humans more efficient for work. And you have a situation then that was actually but it was actually divulged to the public in, like I say, a lot of the stuff is brought out in movies. And there's a philosophy, because their religion, the mystery school religions, believe that it's only moral to bring something about on you if you agree to it. And you agree to it if they're shown to you and you don't do anything about it. You have acquiesced if you don't do anything about it. That's the law system of the Uniform Commercial Code of Credit, which comes from the Uniform Commercial Code. And it's the law system from the mystery school's religion. And that's why they put all this stuff in the movies. It's not because they're trying to be proud and fancy. They put this stuff in the movies for a couple reasons. One is for conditioning, but another reason is because they want to, because they're telling you what they're going to do, And if you don't stand up and say no in the way that they dictate it, then they believe that they are justified to do it. So, having put all these pieces together, in the movie, what was the movie I was gonna tell you about? Stargate. What would this leading to when you eventually go down to the road of transhumanism? In the movie Stargate, they didn't have the transhumanism part, but what they had is they had the aliens that would fly in, and you weren't the population were miners. They would mine the land and give the material that they mined to the aliens that would come and take it away. And you weren't allowed to write any language. You weren't allowed to speak about certain things. And if you did, then the spacecraft would come in and they'd kill a bunch of people and then leave, and that was your punishment. So it kept everybody in a state of fear. This is what the New World Order, the Final Kingdom, is attempting to achieve, is a oppression of the common people to a point where they can never rise up, because the technology that will be had by the elites is so far beyond and so high, so far beyond anything the common people will have. There's no hope the common people can ever rise up. And so the elites have therefore then at that point secured their position in power forever. And then they will become the gods, just like in Rome when the emperors would declare themselves gods, or in Egypt when the pharaohs would say, we are gods, and they demanded to be worshipped like gods. It's the same thing. It's just today we have technology that was given to them by those dark figures, whether it's Tesla or whoever. The technology that they are using to oppress people is now in place, and they're beginning to make their bold moves right now. And this is a sign to me that it's going to get difficult, and it's going to get difficult quickly. I appreciate everybody sitting through all of this. Tonight was very different. I had a feeling that I was going to go this direction tonight from the beginning, because like I said, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be doing these Monday night shows. So I wanted to get all of this stuff off my chest, publish it publicly, so that it's out there for those who are willing to listen. There are going to be a lot of things happening in the next few years that are going to be troublesome times. And I would urge everybody not to get caught up in the mystery school religion philosophies, which are the same as the New Age philosophies, the collective consciousness philosophies, the deification of man philosophies, the imagine it, your intentions will manifest philosophy because you actually are a god. All of those philosophies are from the mystery schools to seduce you into believing that, believing their system. That's what it's all about. Your intention. If some people, there are a few examples of people who have exercised intent and they have seen remarkable manifestations, but just like the mystery schools people fake scientific research, on a spiritual level, those manifestations of attentions by a few people are held up as examples to the rest, saying, see, you are divine, you are God, see, our belief system is correct. But those are either fake or they're spiritually induced. The Bible calls them fake signs, or deceiving signs and wonders, or false signs and wonders that will be put before people to deceive them. And that's exactly what those things are. So regardless of what you believe, regardless of what your belief system is, we've retained a decent number of people tonight. I knew we would lose some because it's late, and others because they just simply don't like what I'm saying. But I have an obligation to put this information that I've learned and put together out there, which completely correlates with William Cooper and thousands of other people before me who have done this research, so that you do not take the mark, that you understand that there are two discrete and completely separate belief systems, salvation by knowledge versus salvation by faith. You are a spiritual being cloaked in a machine, in a body that allows you to interact with the physical world, and by the plan that's outlined in the prophetic scriptures, you can actually obtain salvation, not by your own power, but by the power that God has granted unto us through his plan. This plan is misunderstood by a lot of people. It's misinterpreted. It's ridiculed. It's made fun of. But the fact that a creator would manifest himself in the form of a creation is the only logical way that you would do it, in a way that you can relate, understand, and atone for your creation in a way that would be truly logical, functional, and makes sense. And when you really get yourself outside the picture, forget everything you've learned in the Discovery Channel and the History Channel, because every single thing I've ever seen on those shows, and I used to watch them all the time years ago, every single reference they made to the Bible contains a very, very slick coloration of the truth, at least, but more often an outright lie about what the scripture says. And that lie is designed in such a way to make you come to a conclusion that was false and that would lead you into the mystery school religion. This is the same thing that I've seen happen to people. I've seen a con man actually con people. And the way that this con man conned people, he was a world-class con artist, is he didn't come saying, I want your money. He would tell the people his story. And by the time he was done, people were secretly, privately coming up to him, asking them if they could be part of it and if they could give him his money. And that's exactly how the mystery schools work. The lies that are injected in these television shows, especially lies about the Bible, are very slick. And if you do not know the book inside out and backwards, you will very easily be slipped up. My warning to everybody is that when you get your information from those sources, beware. Because there is, every single time I've seen it, there have been very slick lies that have been injected into those stories about the Bible to lead you down the wrong path. You've got to look at it yourself and be very skeptical of the information that you take in. I have been ranting now for a long time. I appreciate everybody's patience. Kim, I appreciate your patience. I'm sure you had other things to do.
Oh, I've been staying busy anyway.
Thank you, Kim, very much. I want to thank everybody else for joining in and listening and sticking around. I'm going to go ahead and close the conference now. We may or may not be here next week. I want to see what's going on in my life and what's going to be happening. But I do hope, it is my sincerest hope and prayer, that anyone who listens to this recording will take these things very seriously, because we're about to go through a time in history like no other. And I hope most of all, besides what happens to your physical body, that you look at the deeper spiritual side of things, that you take time to look at the biblical perspective, because it lays everything out for you in an incredibly beautiful way. I've read the Bible cover to cover over 15 times now, probably more like 18, but I stopped keeping track. And every time I read it, I uncover new information that I didn't understand the time before, because you have to build layer upon layer, precept upon precept. The more you learn, the more you're capable of learning, but you've got to have that fundamental knowledge. You've got to know what a line is before you can know what a circle is. You've got to know what a circle is before you can know what a sphere is. You've got to know what a sphere is before you can know what a bag full of marbles are. You've got to understand certain things before you understand other things. When you talk to a child, you would not talk to that child and try to lovingly convince your child not to stick his fingers in the electric socket by saying it's going to burn out the voltage potential on the electrons, are going to burn out the synapses and going to create gaps and going to mess your system up, and you may become paralyzed, and it will. You're not going to say that, because a child doesn't understand all of the details and it won't make any sense to him. When you're talking to a child, you're going to talk to that child in a language he understands. You're going to say, don't stick your fingers in the wall socket because it's going to hurt. Don't do it. And I'm telling you this because I love you, because I care about you. When you read the Bible, you have to understand that we're being talked to as children, because there's so much we don't know, but there's so many wonderful things ahead. There are many wonderful things ahead, but there's so much that we don't know. So don't be offended if sometimes it looks simplistic to you, because when you read it the second time and you read it the third time, you will see the much deeper information for those who are willing to look. It is an incredible treasure that has layer after layer. Gematria, the number, for instance, you have this incredible number of fish that was caught when the apostles were out on the lake and they were putting the net on the left side, and Christ comes up and says, put your net on the right side. And Peter says, but we haven't caught any fish yet. And he says, do it anyway. So he put them over on the right side, and they caught 153 fish. Well, if you understand that the fish is a symbol of somebody who's been pulled out of a lie or out of a deception, in the Bible. If you understand that symbology and you look at the numerology in the Bible, it's absolutely fascinating. 153 fish. If you look at the number of people who were cured by a direct intervention with Christ in the 4 Gospels, you add them all up, it's 153. That kind of numerology exists through the entire Bible. There's also gematria, which is the number of a name. If you look at in Revelation 13, it talks about the number of his name was 666. What is the number of the name? All the letters in Hebrew and Greek, these are the only 2 languages you can do this with. Those numbers, those letters and those alphabets have numerical values associated with them, just like they did in Rome. In Rome, they tried to do this. They kind of counterfeited it. Like I said, the mystery schools counterfeits everything you find in the Bible. But anyway, with Hebrew and Greek, you can those letters have numerological values. In the Old Testament, you will find over and over again that the evil people have when you add up the number of their name, the people who are acting in rebellion always have the number 13 as a factor of the numerological value of their name. You will find good people having the number 7 or the number 8 as a factor in the numerological value of their name. You'll notice there are 66 books in the Bible, but you can divide it a different way, where it could come out to 77, and that's another discussion. But when you look at the 2 genealogies of Christ, a lot of people look at them in the Bible. There's 2 genealogies: a royal genealogy and a spiritual genealogy. When you look at those 2 genealogies, the names don't match up, and so some people who are shallow and proud will look at that and say, "Oh, geez, that's a discrepancy." But when you understand what it's actually saying to you, those genealogies are actually identical. In that one of them shows the king line, and one of them shows, so in a royal sense, through the royal line of the Judeans, and the other one shows the priestly line through the Levites. And so you have Christ having this title, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and most people think, oh, that's a nice title. It's actually a very specific name because you have him being part of the king line, Judah, and he's also part of the priest line, the Levites. So he has both of those in one. And in these kinds of things, most people won't see when they read it through, but when you start studying and you really start looking, there's nothing like it. It is absolutely mind-boggling, and only the people who have dug in and dug in and dug in will find these treasures. And I know people watch movies like National Treasure, and they like these movies because it's kind of neat because you're finding all these treasures. I say, you should look in the real world. Stop watching those movies, and you should look at what's going on in the real world, or look in Scripture, because you will find things that will blow your mind. You have to work for it a little bit, but they absolutely blow your mind, and they create a picture that is so incredibly perfect that it's truly mind-boggling. And all I can do is, I can't convince anybody of this. That's not my point in this talk, because I can't do that. I can't make anybody believe anything, and I wouldn't want to do that. But I do encourage anyone who hears this recording, do your research. Take everything I say very seriously, because I do, and I don't do it out of pride. I do it because these are really, really important subjects. Take it very seriously, dig deep, learn about the truth behind these things, understand the 2 opposing systems, the system of Yahweh that's outlined in the Bible, and the system that was created with many religions, with e pluribus unum, many gods, many of these things, so they will appeal to your emotions and draw in as many people, seduce as many people as possible. So please be aware of all that. Thank you for all of your time. Thank you for being so patient. Thank you for being interested in this subject. I hope to God that we put an end to geoengineering soon, because it is killing people. So many of these diseases that people are suffering from and dying from, I believe, are either a direct or indirect result of geoengineering, and being someone who can taste and smell it as clearly as if you were spraying metal powder in my face. I will tell you that in the beginning, there were plumes that would descend on us, and then the air would clear and be perfectly clear, and I couldn't smell any of it. But after several years of this, it's to the point now where the smell and taste is never completely gone. It may go down in intensity quite a bit between the plumes that hit us, but it's never completely gone. And you can look at your movies and you'll see the halos around lights. You will see the halo around the sun in the sky. If you're flying in a commercial jet, you will see the bright layer around the earth. It was never that bright before. The layer around the earth was much more subtle 20 years ago, but today it is incredibly bright because the metallic particles that are saturating the atmosphere and making people sick. We have difficult times ahead. Please love each other, care about each other, stick together, teach each other these things, because on the other end of these difficult times is something worth all the trouble if you're willing to learn about it. Thank you all, and good night.